来啦！大声！来啦来啦！这一次就不放画面了，因为有一些版权的关系，嘿，所以那个需要画面的人，就麻烦点去Twitch的实况台，哎，我们这边就是讲干话，看台这样子，哎。
Welcome to Pro Tour March of the Machine, live here from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
那这一次明尼波里斯的 MOM 那个专业的赛呢，这一次打的赛制是标准。那一样，因为 PT 是一个混合赛制，所以你会看到前3局打轮抽，然后后面5局打标准。那前2天，因为我们明天还要打 MITQ 的关系，我们这边就看，应该就是看完轮抽就差不多了。那附带这一次有3位选手去打。上次的冠军俊廷里，因为他有试水移到了这一次，再加上我们的有名的这算是台湾最有名的玩家了吧，黄永明。对，那还有另外一位我没有那么熟，对，但是应该是好像也是上一次什么桃园的店长哦，对，这个我不是很熟啊，不过嘿，就这样，嘿嘿，对，这一次有3位，那希望我们有机会在直播中看到他们啦，因为毕竟在直播中出现就是打得不错嘛，那说实在的，这一次的标准哦，有点难看啦。就是先说就是我们今年的标准大概就剩下这一场，对，因为接下来是先驱，然后9到12月是 Modern， 对，Utah Takahashi。就是我们标准刚出的那一只仙灵，对。那说真的，他的话就他讲英文，我们大概听不太懂。对，然后Red Duke 上一次的冠军，对。
Oh, it feels great. It's just a really nice sort of one-liner to put ahead of everything.
对，然后讲回标准，那标准真的是最近是有点鸟的啦，就是没有，真的是没有改太多东西，然后对。没有什么变化，真的是没有什么变化啊！差最多的看起来就是那个1点白的 U 牌，因为它可以防那个黑照线，它会让你辟邪。那黑照线是一个要选对手的东西，对，那这个看起来差最多了。那除此之外，剩下的，
Good luck this weekend. I am here with world runner-up and one of the most well-rounded Magic players I know, Ely Cassis. Ely, we have 2 dynamic formats in front of us. I know you got a great testing team. How are you feeling coming into this tournament?
Feeling very good. Also, well-rounded is a very nice compliment. Standard is like the best it's been in a long time. We have so many diverse options, and like everything is close. I love a good mid-range metagame battle. If we can go back to Stoneforge Mystic and like Jace the Mind Sculptor, and just have these epic confrontations of it feels like chess. It feels like you plan the long game, you do better, and it's just great. So I absolutely love the format right now. And then limited, it's like better than Cube. It's just the best it's ever been designed, in my opinion.
I am here with Andrea Mangucci.
然后 Mangucci 他上次没有打，这一次终于有来打了。对。
How does it feel to be back here in Minneapolis?
I'm so glad to be back.
上次他超好笑的，上次他在推特说，他看着，然后就违反了他自己的 rule， 就是他跑去聊天室跟乡民吵架，超好笑。
We're glad to have him back. Good luck this weekend.
好扯哦，这群人都没订阅，太伤心了。
World Champion Seth Manfield. Seth, you have done it all. World Champion, Pro Tour Champion, Magic Hall of Famer. But you're back. What keeps bringing you back, and what are you looking forward to?
I love playing Magic. The competition at such a high level is really what drives me. So this is as good as it gets. The Pro Tour. It's really
右边这个胖胖的主持人也好久没出现了。
Essentially, and just playing with teammates, practicing for the event, doing the whole house thing.
说真的，这种身材的很久没出现，都有点怕怕的。有一个不小心就消失了之类的。
In Philadelphia, you were the hunter. Here in Minneapolis, you are the hunted. What's changed?
这个上次的亚军，
has become much more serious, which is good in a lot of ways because it sort of forces you to really think quite difficult, but can also sort of kill some of the circulation of ideas. With that kind of like seriousness comes a certain amount of pride, fear of being wrong. You know, it's likely to like joke around about ideas and test like there was an Omen Hawker deck in our pool of decks to test that I would have tested if I was taking things less seriously. I'm still figuring out if that was right or wrong. Do you know what I mean?
I very much do. And with that, I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
That's a look at some of the stars of the show here at Pro Tour Machine. We've also got a lot of regional champions in our midst, 12 to be exact.
这一次它是 Pro Tour Machine， 它不是像之前的，就是用地点或是用系列名，蛮意外的，蛮意外的。对。
That was able to get him here. Then for Zen Takahashi, someone who really got the pace of
那这是各地的，各地的那个 RPT MIT 的翻版。那各式各样，你也看到我们刚刚底下那个林承汉吧，我记得没记错的话，就是我们这一季 MIT 的冠军。那台湾蛮特别的，台湾只要有4强就有资格了。很多国家都只有2个资格而已。对。那美国有些比较特别的，他们是用州在办的，他们不是整个国家在办的，所以美国的名额会多，非常无敌多，对，非常的无耻。
All right, so some people to keep our eyes on as we work our way through this tournament. But to do that, we've got to start out today. How are we going to start things off? Mani.
Maria, we're going to kick it off as we always do with 3 rounds of draft. March of the Machine draft to kick things off in the morning.
那这一次的话，他们有说他们的轮抽会蛮特别的，就是因为这一系列有每一包都有至少2张以上的双面卡。那他们有说他们的轮抽呢，会先把双面卡给大家看一轮。之后上套，对，所有牌上套，然后再开始轮，对，就是会避免你轮到一半，哦，我知道上家，我知道下家，我知道哪一个人拿了某张双面卡这样子，对。
And the ultimate stage is what we will show you on Sunday. It's your top 8, and it is single elimination.
轮抽非常特别。那跟上次一样，就是最后一天会提早1个小时。那8强一样是包5的那个标准，那前2局不换备牌这样。哎，那这一次，对，白蓝骑士蓝黑对手要分场啊，红黑牺牲，红绿 battle， 红绿 battle 真的算一个系列吗？好吧，对，那白绿就是 counter 嘛。对，那有一些打 battle 专属效果，大部分都集中在红绿没有错，但是真的算一个系列吗？我觉得不是很算。那黑白的福玉嘛，红蓝 convoke， 黑绿其实也是福玉，对，那还是通常会再混一些加那个加 counter 的啊，红白 backup 跟 蓝绿的翻面，对。这一次我觉得评价最两极的牌就是那张依蓝绿叫迷雾飞行警戒，那有一张翻面牌就加1加0这样。对，我蛮喜欢的，但是几个跟我讨论的，像俊廷他就不喜欢。那选项大家都蛮极端的，要么很喜欢，要么很讨厌，对，这样子。对。
So much talent in one photo, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, Team Channel Fireball, they've absolutely.
这一张照片的奖金总和应该超过某些国家的1年 DPI 之类的。哇哦！这是 Channel Fireball 的训练室吧
I think they're feeling really ready for this draft format.
All right, well, let's take a look at our featured draft table this morning.
OK， 我们的
jumping out here at me, Cedric.
没有看到我们台湾人上校员，就很可惜。那应该就是跟着我们的 Red Duke 走吧。毕竟是上次的冠军。
Both of them work through this draft.
Absolutely, Monty. What stands out to you here?
I'm looking at a national level. Players like Nantakorn, Kosotoporn, a very well-known name in the Thai Magic scene, and Marco Camiluzzi. He has a Pro Tour top 8. He has won the World Magic Cup, captaining the Italian team to their championship in 2015. So these are names to definitely be watching out for at this draft table.
A lot of these players in this pod too, we send out player surveys said, who do you most want to play against? And there he is, Reed.
说真的，秋天姐，她上场的那个专业赛表现，让我觉得她根本就是很久没有打了，就是根本就是来搞的，所以对。我Red Duke 如果抓下家，看起来是会炸烂啊！看那上个系列拿那个5色，这个系列又是他妈各种双色地，他们要是他再拿一次5色，真的会吐血。对。这是我们那个英文版的转播群，这个问号的话，未看先猜啦 ，LSB 啦，等一下打输了就穿西装上台了啦。对，哪一次不是，对不对
？And that's when we'll have our special guest coming on in to take my place. Who could it be? We'll find out soon enough. Now it's time to draft, and I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul. So excited to see what the players open.
Thank you so much, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. That's Paul Chiano, Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for draft coverage, Paul. This is always the best part of the PT early in the morning, especially on the Friday. When the nerves are still in the building, you can feel a little bit of that tension. And the players are about to draft quite a difficult draft format. There's a lot of moving parts here. This tends to reward teams and players who have prepared a lot and who can really go deep on these type of things. Yeah. And hopefully that's what we'll see here. For our feature match, our feature table this time around, take a look at our table, quite stacked. We saw that over in the at the news desk segment.
焦点轮抽桌，应该这么说吗？焦点轮抽桌。
But as you can see, he's surrounded by top-notch competition. Autumn Burchett jumps off the table there. Marco Camiluzzi, somebody we haven't seen that often recently, but he's had some really good runs at the Pro Tour level as well.
Yeah, I mean, no better person here to follow up the last event here than, of course, Reed Duke. You know, just an extremely well-rounded player, great both limited and constructed. Curious to see what their strategy is going in. You know, general consensus coming in. We, of course, heard Monty talking about blue is the color you want to be. That's the color that really pairs with basically anything in this format. And it probably has 3 or 4 of the top commons in the set, right?
That's right.
You have a common, I mean, we're going to probably talk about it in a little bit in the Breeding Champion, the Mythic Common in the set. It's a card that's
他们觉得蓝色是最强的，因为有一些很强的 C 牌。对，包含了那个一点蓝回手，然后 combo 抽2张之类的吗？
As a solid card, it will also help out that strategy as well.
That's one of the cards that Reed's going to be taking a look for as he goes into his first pack. Another thing to note here, Paul, are the existence of
对，你看他们的包是上好卡套的。那哇哦，我们今天的焦点中裁判是我们的台湾籍裁判。
Players actually will be revealing those cards to the table so that everybody is aware of what happens. And then there's an interesting intermediate step right after that, Paul.
Right. It's all players will be revealing all the double face cards that they have, and then they're going to be sleeving up those cards. So you won't be able to see what cards they take. Now, of course, if you do see somebody expose an invasion of Fiora, for example, you're going to be pretty confident that
没错，正在解释这一次的轮抽特殊规则。
If you see somebody with an absurd bomb that gets open, that is a double face card, you're pretty confident that they're going to take that, and that can definitely influence what you take to make sure that you're not fighting for colors.
That's right. You know, particularly for Reed's seat
不让别人获得因为双面牌而获得其他的额外资讯。
him the cards for this entire first pack as well as the third pack, so you do not want to get into a fight with the person to your right. It is disadvantageous to you. As we see the players now revealing some of the
Duke 的话就是那个一点蓝的那个吧。
No, that one. I lost turn 3 to that card.
That card is an absolute beating.
哇，看到艾雷农了！哇哦
！Fioria is what Reed is revealing to the table. They're not going to be happy to see that.
上家是艾雷农。
Take a look.
All right, well, not a bad way to
不错
start
，Ray 这个那个93也是挺强的。
I can't even think of a card you'd want to take outside of that, unless he opens perhaps a very strong multiverse legend.
应该是吧？黑色的战役。
Great way to kind of run it
有 R 卡
back
标
here,
签
win that last Pro Tour and open one of the best rares in the set.
没错 ，Alishno
as well，
还给他一个大写的特效。
Now it looks like Brennan's a few seats away here from Reed, so he may not have to
有艾雷农怎么输
too much, but still.
不过这艾雷农还好而已。
Brennan's only 2 seats away and to the right. So if you're Reed Duke, you're going to make a mental note. I may not be getting that much white coming through. Now, it is worth noting that was Elish Norn, no comma, not Grand Cenobite.
Yes.
And that is a solid card, a good card in the format. Elish Norn, Grand Cenobite,
开始觉得我们今天轮抽很漫长了。
Look, any card that's good enough to be one of the best cards in Q format, you know it's going to have crossover in this limited format as well. But you got to be happy if you're obviously opening that invasion of Fiora. Black widely considered to be, I think, the second best color in the format.
这样子真的是蛮有趣的，但是说真的，如果要实际应用到那个不论是线上版或是实体版，其实都蛮麻烦的，都蛮麻烦的。
We got that photograph of the team testing. You saw Reed in that photo. Luis was actually the one running that, and I had a chance to chat with them about it, and they do like blue-black. Yeah. There's others, right? This is a compressed format. It's not like, well, we can only draft one thing, but if you got to pick, that would probably be the color pair that they'd want to be.
That is the one that you want, absolutely.
Yeah. And, you know, Reed, there's a chance for Reed for that, given that, you know, the information he has right now is, I'm going to take a really great black card.
Okay, pick up the pack.
Unless there's something just obscene. Let's look. All right, he's going to go through. There's the invasion.
Yes.
I put it right there.
And he already took it. Okay, I mean, so a quick check just to make sure. But yeah, there was nothing that was.
这张是扫场的，这张嘛，确实炸弹，炸弹中的炸弹。
But it does have a problem.
多重宇宙是什么？死处仔。死处仔不错，然后古风扇焰，调频斩。 所以它红白绿都传出去，上家没什么意外，应该是打白吧。那这边就看秋天姐会传什么了。
And I gotta say, you know, taking a sweeper. There's multiple sweepers in the set, but that is probably the second best one. Fantastic for Reed to kick off his draft. Let's see what he's going to pick up next here.
互斗的战役
I would have my eye on that.
迷
But
你
I think most players
节
wouldn't.
You know,
Gift of completion.
吊牌。
All right, he picked up a gift of completion in black as the best color in his color.
Wow.
There is a Dusk Legion
这边好
duelist.
差哟。
See, this is what I'm talking about, Paul. That got past him from Autumn.
这个是那个 backup 在用的。 应该是不太会考虑去进白啦，因为你都知道两家钱那个，而且这个黑白其实不太能用，对，应该是没有黑白的选项，对，那没错，还是先保留一个黑，这是2点教辅1 3，然后菲瑞克怪死掉的时候会。 会哦，哦，可是哇，这只是大只的哦，大只的那就算了。对，这一只老鼠在这个轮抽其实蛮重要，因为这个轮抽，节奏其实常常会排好排满，然后你手上就不太会有多余的东西可以被弃。 对，所以这只老鼠真的挺不错的。那白色这样子一路传下去，下家应该就是去走白了，没什么意外的话。
consistently. But this is a very big pick because if you think about it, Seal from Existence is a much better card than the Informant, right? Definitely. It's a very powerful card. White is not the color you want to be, but still, I mean, that is a very powerful removal spell. But Reed doing everything he can to cut off black.
黑白天使
Taking a look at Furia, Judge
是这样子的吗？
可是
哦，这一只天使是还不错而已啦，我没有到很喜欢，尤其是刚刚传了那么多白料出去。对啊。
Oh, he's going to take Furia. I'm a little surprised. I actually expected him to take.
没错，大家包含赛评都蛮意外的。
So he's going to dip his toe and just take the most powerful option that he saw.
如果上家一路白这样一路传下来的话，也不是不能接受啦。对。
He's got a couple of uncommons here. The Sandstalker Moloch pulled to the front, but as you see, Drag Recycler, a solid 2-drop common, nothing special, but it's in black. And you know this is a good time to bring up broad strokes draft strategy. If you can put yourself in a position where you're solidified into one color out of one.
走在重黑的路上，顶多可以考虑拉一张白吧。如果他真的那么喜欢那个天使的话。
Because who knows what you're going to open in the next pack, and you want to have the ability to take some great bombs.
开放。
There are plenty of them in this format.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a format where there's just so many strong.
我必须要说，现在去除是有点差啊，可能要走红黑。走红黑的话，这一支1-2拿起来挺不错的。对，可以走一个红黑牺牲红会判刑。对。
He's not moving into red. He's just like, well, sure, and we'll see where this goes.
更多的红色牌，跟也不错。这边再拿第2张，再拿第2张牺牲员挺不错的。是真的可以往红黑牺牲方向走了。
2 drops, but there was another recycler. He's like, take the black card. Like,
you know
keep
what
it simple.
What you're not seeing a lot of? Blue cards.
None. Right. There was like a negate. That was it.
没错，是除了你 gay 之外，上家真的是没传什么红牌过来。哇哦，那个结界好强哦，可是。 可是，哦，这么快就决定了，我还以为他会在使出不灭那边犹豫一阵子呢。因为使出不灭的5具也是挺不错的，不过 OK， 他看起来就是要准备去走一个红黑了。那白色会不会拉，就是另外一回事了。加一加你先攻，小招，对。 或者是2只骑士，2只骑士拿来吃也算是还不错啦。
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing with Reed's deck so far. I mean, he's kind of trying to cut off the black. He's taking some cards here.
对，然后这个加1加0会抽牌，会占卜1，嘿，别忘了。对。
Looks like he's gonna just take something out of this pack that's not gonna be relevant. It's gonna be a small shift this time.
啊，算了，剩下这边就
feel the direction he's going. Although
看看第一名节会传到哪里。第2张绿姐姐，没有吧？我没有看到第2张，我只看到这是第1张而已。对。是这个载具。
It decks you after you put all that mana into it. Okay, continuing along here, we see tenured oil caster.
肯定就是拿这个了，恶势威慑。
Right, but this is what I meant before.
可是跟他比较不搭就是了。那看有没有后续有没有可以拉的。随便拿一只熊，吃一只熊。
All right, so winding down the pack, I would say this has gone pretty darn well. There's Thrashing Frontliner, by the way, if he does end up in red. He has a bomb. He picked up a couple of good stuff, and he solidified himself in black.
这个载具传到这个武具传到最后一张哦。
Especially that first pack, his deck is looking okay. Now you are in the Rakdos color combination, so you should be expecting to get a lot more removal, right? The removal in this format is fantastic. Now Reed only has that advantage so far. But of course,
但是有一张大扫，然后有一些牺牲源，没有判刑，目前还没有判刑 ，Not yet。有拿了载具是可以考虑混那一只白天使，没有错啦。
He is well set up for it. The sweeper fits in just fine. He has expendable creatures at the low end. He has
红黑牺牲的部分拿的挺不错的，挺不错的。
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, I mean everything seemed relatively on rails. The only you know picks that you really want to that we could look back on is perhaps that pick of the Furia, rather, over the invasion of Eldraine, and then also potentially. The slight signal that green might have been open, given that that tribute was super late.
Yeah, I wonder how, you know, I wonder if Reed values Furia quite highly or just felt like it was right. Because it's just an okay card.
Yeah, it is the kind of card that I think Reed would favor.
He does. It's
incremental advantages.
Yeah.
All right,
here's his second pack. As you can see in this one, he's actually got 3 double face cards. I told you, there's a lot going on in this
There's
format.
lots of double face cards, lots of rares. You can open multiple rares in a pack here. So.
哇哦，那个绿色结界是那个吧？
Okay, double face cards are now going to be revealed to the rest of the table.
是绿魔判吧？应该只有绿魔判的背面是专辑而已吧。
Etherblade Agent there for Reed.
Yeah, those are all solid cards actually.
没错，只有绿魔判的背面是传记。
Yeah, Spell Spear.
对啊，瑞就可以有一张扫。
Nothing on the level of the invasion of Fiora.
但是扫不能算是，不能算是顶级强牌。
This time I'm looking to the players to my left. I'm paying a little more attention there just to see what I might get, what I might not get. Yeah, you probably want to be aware of what other people have at the table, but you know, come on, we're humans. We can't process all of that at once.
Like, okay, there's these 3 invasions. I didn't see this. Who took this? It's too much.
I would almost want to just say, like, can somebody just tell me if they got anything relevant? Like, I don't want to see your common, you know, double face. Show me something good.
Yeah. And at least, you know, of course, we can't see the rest of Reed's pack right now, but at least given what we've seen out of the 3 double face cards, I would be leaning towards the Spell Spear there, right? Just a really
most powerful
just a really great 2-drop.
Yeah.
There have been instances where, let's say you're just on the play and you play that turn 2, and your opponent doesn't have mana up. You're like, you know what, turn 3, I'm just going to flip this. And every single turn, I'm just going to beat you in for 3 with potentially even more damage, right?
That card demands an answer.
Absolutely.
Like, it kills you so quickly.
And that ward 2 just makes it so hard
it really
to deal
does.
with if you flip it on 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's responsible for like 8 damage a lot. And then they have to use like their removal spell to finally kill the thing.
Right.
我6个第2包开的双面卡都不好，看起来要继续传下去了。看看阿卡有什么，有什么值得令人期待的东西。
Some of the cards he might be looking for outside of the more powerful stuff are cards like Furnace Rains. You know, that's the threaten effect, as we call it. Lets you steal your opponent's creature temporarily, then sacrifice it. That isn't uncommon in this set, though, so you don't see them all that often. Let's see what he's got
看一下阿卡是什么。
Okay, there's the Spell Spear that we saw. Yes, the Etherblade Agents.
Wow!
Bring your Valkyrie.
You just take it?
哇哦 ！Back up 天使转白了，转白了，他妈红色什么的当都没看到。
Yeah, I mean it's just so much better, right?
It's just a straight up bomb.
Yeah, and this is the reward for drafting nearly mono black in that first pack. You can leave yourself in positions where you can open cards like this.
Yes.
不可能传出去的吧？
I think Reed will take it.
转白了吧？红色才两三张重要的牌就把它移掉了。 对不对？我们直接打一个黑白，对不对？打个那个多拿个几个4点带2只2拿来吃的，对不对？
You know the person 2 players to your right is definitely in white,
right?
And they're not going to give you great stuff. Something might slip through.
太神啦，天使！
I like taking that card there, though. Like you said, his red stuff's mediocre anyway. It's not like he's giving up that much.
又有一只牺牲的，哦，第2只天使。
There's another Furia.
Yeah, although you could.
真的吗？第2只吗？我觉得这一只23挺不错的啊。
No, and also, you know, 5 drops are at less of a premium.
Right.
Also, it's legendary. Like, there's a lot of reasons not to take Fury here, and there's not a lot to pass the hunt. Oh, he does have Fury to the. Oh.
5 seconds.
I think maybe Reed just anytime he just sees an angel, he just has to take it.
对啊，应该还是这一只，已经拿了一只天使了，然后又有另外一个无点仔，没什么多余的空间去放第2只传奇了吧
I like where this is going for Reed. Really good opens, really good. He's got render inert pulled to the front. Can he improve on that at all?
Now this one looks like a bit
使
of
出不灭这边就可以考虑了吧
You know, Raph is great, but of course we're not.
哇，黑料有点弱，那白料是预期之中的，因为商包本来就传了很多白出去。
Yeah. He has the invasion of Fioria.
Yeah, he does have that. So if you want, you know, I feel like you want kind of at least 2. Right? Battles?
85颗哦，居然会选85颗。
Pick off incubator token, so it's not a 0.
But you don't feel great if you're just using this to cycle.
Right. That is a way to fall too far behind.
Pick up the pack. You have 30 seconds.
So he's going to take it here and just sort of go.
鸟，我可能会更喜欢那个一点。哦，来，检视。哇哦，天哪，又有尼米杰，又有那个欧纳斯，会不会在同一个人手上啊？秋天姐怎么没有打？怎么没有打5色？
Get your urban burgeonings and skittering surveyors.
Dude, the tools are there.
Yeah.
All right, so Reed's gonna prioritize a strong late game card.
居然是这个，而不是减4哦。
He does need removal.
Yeah, but his
居然不是减4哦。
Unreal.
Right. So just want to find, just flesh out his deck, just have a nice curve here, and wants to find some removal, but he hasn't seen very much.
第2张吗？
He sees another.
第2张是不是有点浮夸啊，哥哥
？Feel like the Boonbringer Valkyrie is enough to just say no, like the red's out at this point.
这个性命仔还可以啊，还可以服于2。
The Gloomflame Mauler is also just okay.
Yeah, I like it a little bit more, I think, than most, but
沼泽循环就有点鸟了。
Really been solid, like it just does all the things you want in the early game, and he.
看看沼泽循环有没有机会传回来吧。
Double recycler, right? And along with the Huntmaster, right? So multiple ways to sacrifice it, get a little bit of value, and then incubate and get that.
干，这2包也太多5色牌了吧！
Traumatic revelations pulled to the front here. Is there anything else of note for him?
Just nobody drafting green here.
Yeah.
哇，没人打绿。
Being the negotiator and the overgrown pest.
Copper host.
我刚刚那个绿都传到最后面了，应该是会有人转绿吧？
I'm so jealous right now.
哎呀，
we have an Omnath.
不知道有没有人打5色，对不对
？Invasion of Alara.
And Invasion of Alara all in this pod.
Every single one. All of them have been open.
Who's going to be my hero at the table is the real question.
We're just playing boring black-white bombs.
Yeah. Yeah, real inventive Reed.
好，这个希尔伯尔还行啊，如果要走一个偏 黑白的话，
you can kind of force that issue, get those drains going. You know, drag recycler plus that is actually quite a bit. It adds up.
Yeah, and just again, it just buffers your life total a little bit to get you to that late game.
秋天姐该进5色了，对不对？ 哦，不过那个最后没有传过来，不过应该是不会是秋天姐，要也是他的下家。哦，这张使出的方面牌是真的强，真的强。对。2点就是一只普通的使出仔，然后翻过去可以偷抽。
People found out early in the format that there's significant risk attached to dumping mana into transforming and having your creature get killed. It is hard to recover. Flitting Gorilla.
有没有机会拿紫青蛙呢？哇，前期节奏不太需要紫青蛙。对。
It's fine.
Yeah.
就是一只3条2飞。
We've come a long way where.
还行。
哦，
哦，传回来了。
Yeah, you called it.
但是有减4哎。哇，那这样子杀是真的没有杀哎，一张杀都没有哎。
Either or both.
Legendary or
right. So turn
什么偷臭没有偷臭
and then turn 5 just don't pick the legendary part and fear is the only thing left over.
没有偷臭，我是真的是希望有一个人打5色，对不对？这一桌有倪敏杰，有欧纳斯，有5色battle， 对不对？打5色还不飞天。对，我说的是刚刚第一包是上家传来的5色牌传出去，所以要也是他的 Reduke 的。下家或下家，下家应该打白啦，应该有机会也是下家这样，看有没有机会，就是看了一轮之后转5色这样。
I mean, of course, he did have that opportunity to take the seal, but of course,
最
you don't want to start off really going into black-white. That's a color combination that you only really go into if you open.
对，毫不犹豫把红色踢掉。
Or it's extremely open.
I feel like, especially given the information
可是我觉得
was
杀牌是真的有点少啊。
You would need a hard shove, and it turns out he got one. Just the Valkyrie is like exactly what you need to get into that spot. You can see how heavy into black Reed is here as well. He's been able to.
你 OK？ 我先打有啊，我上次轮抽就拿5色啊，真的拿5色啊，拿了9张。
I mean.
是他的上家是秋天姐。
I wouldn't do this because the Valkyrie is so powerful, but like he's approaching enough playables for mono black.
He's nearly mono black. I mean, it's one of those decks where if he just opens an Iara, he's just like, I could just put that into my deck.
Yes.
So
like where your mana would actually support that type of card.
Because this is looking something like an 11/6 mana base right now.
It is. The downside to being monocolored is that there isn't that much upside.
There's no upside.
这个载具应该是不太会需要吧？毕竟它没有调色的必要。
But you give up a lot of raw power. Yeah. So, you know, Reed would love to find some removal either in black or white and kind of round this thing out.
Yeah.
我没有杀还是
He's got black cards in his deck, but it wasn't clear that black
有点袅袅的。
Black is just a deep color. None of the removal spells made it to him, right? And he's doing things like, you know, taking a Nizumi, you know, 5th pick or something, right? It's not like that's a premium black.
No, it's true.
秋天姐打5色，他上一次打5色，但是这一次他把倪敏杰传出来了，应该就是没有打5色的选项了，因为没有传回去啊。他如果做 Reduke 下家，搞不好就进了。
There's a Rona.
哦。
That wasn't Reed though, right?
问题是 Rona.
Okay, so that matters.
对。
Good. You have 45 seconds to reveal your double face cards.
Let's see what Reed is.
哦，黑白的那个炸弹。是吗？对对对，黑白炸弹，那个挺不错的，挺不错的。
And by playable, I mean good. Like that's a solid.
It's very, very solid. That looks like an Iara potentially. I saw black red.
应该就是选黑白的 battle 吧，很难有比这个更好的。对啊。
Okay, so a solid checkbox there, but let's see what's else in the pack because he could definitely improve on that.
Yeah, I mean if they're Reed's looking for deadly derisions, right?
要比他更好的，我开个旅法之类的。
Final Flourish and Deadly Derision have to be near them. I mean, you always want bombs, you always want the more powerful stuff, but those are things that he just hasn't touched, and they are very necessary in this format. You can't just let people go nuts.
There are just so many powerful rares and creatures in this format, like the Angel that Reed has in his deck, that you just absolutely have to have.
Also worth noting,
ways to kill these creatures.
Right, the players get to look at the pool, like the cards that were drafted by their opponent, so that nobody's at a disadvantage by being in the feature here. And if you look and go, you have no Final Flourish, you have no Deadly Derision, like, I'll just transform my guy. Like, you can't do anything. I'm going to
transform my thing, attack you.
Yeah.
Or, you know, oftentimes if you have a bomb level creature in your hand and you don't know what your opponents have, you slow roll it. You don't play it immediately on turn 5.
Even if it would be better to play it earlier.
Right. Yeah.
You go, you know what? If this is the last threat standing after the, you know, everything, after you use all your spells, I know I'm going to win the game.
Right.
But in this instance, if you know Reed's only on invasion, you're like, you know what? All right, play my thing. Do you have it?
Totally. Also, you can face difficult battle decisions. Do I attack the battle if they have removal? I won't transform it. I'll lose a creature. Right. That won't happen.
If they leave up mana, you're like, well, what can you even do?
Right.
You might have a combat trick.
Right. So Reed would love to have even one. You know, like just for the deck list consideration, but of course, you know, also being able to cast.
看一下有没有破格的阿卡可以取代掉。
Another failed conversion. There's the Thallid.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, he got it.
Wow. 哇，这两张都很炸，呆张好杀。
Oh my goodness.
This pack is loaded.
But he opened Breach. Like,
yeah,
that's it.
I mean, you got to take Breach.
You have to take Breach. That's one of the best cards in the whole format. That card is like unbeatable. Wow, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So Reed got Invasion of Fiora, Breach the Multiverse, and Boonbringer Valkyrie?
Marshall, this is
now
what
I know how to win PTs.
I was going to say, this is what it takes to win.
哇，难打了这个。
Breach, fantastic.
好吧，还是拿了我们的起点大招。
Might also see some of that in construction.
哇哦，还真的开得出一张比这个传记更大、更炸的牌了。
Completely bonkers, especially because this is a format where a lot of people are also just playing land cyclers in their deck. So oftentimes you just cast this card and you just get 3, 5, 6s
杀吗？
Totally. Collective Nightmare, by the way. Oh, that's interesting. Thalia to get Rug Monster.
沙利亚，哇，青蛙也很炸哎，青蛙也很炸，说实在的。
He's feeling the pressure of I need to find removal spells, and that's one of the best ones.
Again, now
但是
you absolutely
对，真的，你
I've
看
got the late game
赛评在说，真的是
I just need removal.
杀牌真的太差了。
Things to do and removal. That's all I'm looking for right now.
Convoke 减3减3，
超
级。他后面还有一张飘屏斩也可以选，不过应该是下家会拿走，我猜。
Now the Furia tabled. I don't know if that invasion is going to take. The invasion is very splashable.
真的就是前面的杀拿的少，变成现在没什么选项。
Okay, there's a Gloomfang Mauler that could help him out with his mana.
上了吧。
Oh, Scornblade Berserker, he'll take that.
Solid.
那个循环，然后我们7点挖回来。
It's also nice.
对。
Just to have a little bit of backup going on. It can allow you to
拿了一些小生物去补充前期的曲线。
Assume that you could.
对。
I think he would like to wheel one of those Gloomfang Maulers, though. Like, he is trying to get to 7 mana, 6 mana, like every game.
Yeah, for sure. But I think Reed prioritizing the mana curve first,
right,
and just making sure that he has those early plays.
Okay, there's
oh,
get the IRA. All right.
IRA 两只是怎样啊？我的妈呀
want some Gloomfang Maulers. IRA works so well.
OK.
That's right.
这个挺好的。
Wow, Reed's on a heater.
Yeah.
So now he has IRA. Wow. Okay. Okay.
这个挺好的，可以很好的帮助 Redduck 拖到他的6回7回。对，真的是要走一个
Look at that pack.
很慢的黑。
Oh my goodness.
对。
Reach Collective Nightmare IRA and then a good uncommon just to round it out.
需要更多的杀牌。
So this is a key card here as well. It's not on the same level as removal, but one unseal the Necropolis.
第2只女敏捷，第2只。 是你敏捷，笑死。对，这个回二。
I will say though, it's a little bit awkward in this deck. Now, this is a
有
fantastic card, and I
点
want
有点太慢了，但是。
Reads two best
但是
cards,
对
not cards
Reduke
that
来
you
说
recur, and
反正他的计划已经是要打中后期了。
You mill the breach, you mill the invasion of Fiora.
对。
Another drag recycler, anybody?
没拿到4点杀，没看到4点杀。然后他放掉2张减4的结界，应该正确的来说是放掉了同张减4结界2次。我蛮喜欢那个减4结界的，我觉得他那边有点可惜。一方面是我没有那么喜欢那一只5点天使啦。
Yes, please something. And of course he gets render inert, which is like the magic gods are like that counts as removal.
Yeah,
but it doesn't.
这真的
He's got another copy of that, I believe.
真的有办法拿到第2张吗？
Trap. Shuffle and pass 8 cards. Your left.
Reed's just gonna be hoping that his creatures.
我好不喜欢这个东西哦，那我觉得它看起来像是一个很烂的3点 cycle。
The top part of his mana curve.
Backup 仔还行，对，细密 backup 仔还行。
I think that he's going to have
他不喜欢吗
lean on his low curve. You know, we call it defensive speed, right? The ability to get something on the board that can interact with an attacker. He does have that. He's got a couple
真的不喜欢
a bunch of 2-drops that he can use to just try to slow his opponent down. Reed knows how to play that strategy, but I'll tell you, if the door's open, people will absolutely run you over in this format.
The problem is
好吧，没有传回来。
In this format, with all the transform creatures, there's a lot of tension as to making that decision.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7，下一包。这个占卜3其实也挺不错的。
A lot of the time, it's not worth it because you can expect your opponent to have 4 or 5 really good removal spells. But if your opponent has none, then all of a sudden it's just there's nothing to play around, and all of a sudden you get that value immediately.
Exactly, and you know Reed is going to have to contend with that here. The good news is the one removal spell he does have is castable in almost all circumstances in his deck, so the opponent always has to consider Collective Nightmare.
5 seconds.
是不是再烂都要拿一下那个受伤抽牌？
Boombringer Valkyrie,
受伤杀，
no
看那个受伤杀好烂。
Look, I'm not.
但是 真的是完全没有杀哎。哦，3-2的狐狸还可以，这个就是脱命的牌，能脱命都是好牌。哈哈，你敏捷，哈哈。
So
people are not doing the thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, oh man, I just realized that.
Yeah.
没有人打5色，好伤心。没人打红，没人打绿吧？上家应该都不打绿，这个红绿这一直在那边传。哇，该怎么说呢？杀真的是有点太少了，但是有2到3张的顶级炸弹，我觉得有个80分吧。毕竟这3张都很炸，真的是都很炸。扫场，然后天使，然后那个大瓦粉。
Two ways. One of them is just what it says on the card, but it also
而且他有带一些魔牌主题，搞不好有机会磨死对手。搞不好有机会磨死对手。
You just do that, and both players don't have a library, and you say your move.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
I think I may have lost only 1 game so far. I mean, I've cast Breach a lot.
When you've cast it?
When I've cast it. So it's just one of those things where you just cast it, and it just puts such a big board presence. I mean, you can, of course, mill your opponents as well. That is a sweet way to win.
I mean,
but yeah,
it's just if the game goes long and you're like, oh, game over.
Right.
You know, it doesn't even matter what you hit.
Right. And the thing is, you're basically guaranteed to hit when you cast that spell. And that's the thing. For 7 mana, you can expect something like 2 5/5s at least to enter the battlefield. And that's just way too much to overcome for most people.
Yeah, let's take a look at the list here for Reed and see what he actually came up with.
来看一下最后组合怎么样。
See all those 2 drops, Triple Drag Recycler, the Informant and the Agent, and then the Scornblade Berserker and the Ichor Drinker. That's going to be really important for him to make sure that
他什么时候拿那只2的？我怎么没有注意到？
give himself some play early, because as we've noticed, the late game's absurd. I mean, even the Phyrexian Gargantua is a good late game play, and that's like his worst one by a lot.
And
what's his mana like?
I assume the Angel is here somewhere. We just don't see it up on
so Bola Slinger is almost certainly the Valkyrie.
Right, because I don't think he took a Bola Slinger. Yeah.
对啊，我怎么没有看到那个？是不是填错卡表啦？
That Mirrored Avenge might need to do some work just as a way to kill creatures.
对啊，这个位置应该是天使吧？是不是 OB bug？ 应该是 OB bug 吧，因为我们没有看到他拿这只22啊，然后也不可能不把天使放进来啊。
You're even on cards, they're down their creature, it's a removal spell. It's just a lot of setup costs.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm not a fan of a lot of these.
它是不是隔壁张牌啊？看一下是不是
Because there are going to be instances where it's in your hand and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the reason you don't like them is because they're bad. But you do what you got to do.
But yes,
you do what you got to do. Also,
看一下旁边的
mana base was 11-6. So and with just the 3 white cards, you know, it's like those 6 planes are going to be there. All right, we're going to take a short break.
哦，对，果然是 OB bug。
Draft rounds.
对 ，OB 的问题，搞啥啊 OB？ OK， 2分钟，去一下厕所。没有，他拿那个7点那个大魔粉，大魔蛙粉，就是双方磨10张，然后各挖1只。
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're drafting. Great format on our hands here, and we had a really sick draft from Reed. I mean, when we went over the rares, it's like, are you serious right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, okay.
Yeah, he's just knocking him out of the park there, solidified himself into black. We just saw his deck list before the break there. He is going to be sitting down, and Paul, this is pretty funny, against Nanthakorn Kosidaporn, who is from Thailand. He's actually competed in the first World Magic Cup, which was in 2012. And we like to ask players a bunch of questions and stuff. And one of the questions is, who would you like to play at the PT?
And Nanthakorn put in Reed Duke because he is the Pro Tour champion. And guess what? You fill it out, and now you get a
笑死！他说在这位玩家的赛前采访，他就说你想要对到哪一位玩家？他就说哦，当然是 Red Duke 啊，他是 PT 冠军呢。哎，恭喜！哎，你对到了。
Represented his country at the World Magic Cup, and he's a name that you'll see quite often, a mainstay of Thai Magic, and he's no slouch. So he's going to give Reed a run for his money. Also, He brought me snacks.
哇操嘞！靠腰，他的牌数有点太强一点了。2只12-12。
Let's take a look at what he drafted here. Heavy green. Ooh. Invasion of Alara.
Is that really being played?
And 2 Galta and Maverick. What?
This is okay. So when you first look at this, you go, "Oh, this is a decent green white."
Yeah.
But then he went real deep here.
So he's playing
他有牙吹下，
and Invasion of
有
Alara.
青蛙，有2只12-12，有绿魔判，然后有这个。
That's my biggest question here because he's got a lot of power.
So he's got Blighted Burgeoning,
Wow.
and 2 Portent Tracker, and he's
我只能
really
说，
leading
哇
on
哦！
What if he doesn't
太
draw the
吵啦！干，而且
there's an invasion of Alara there as well in that 4 mana, but this doesn't have
有点强，真的是有点强。
No, he also is running Fertilid's Favor.
Fertilid's Favor, okay. Well, you know what? There's a lot of power there. If he draws his mana...
So, Invasion of Zendikar, Fertilid's Favor, Blighted Burgeoning.
And then a couple of Portent Trackers.
I'm not talking anymore, but that's what he's got.
Right.
He does have a rugged...
只要不卡地。
Okay, and you know what? Reed might be okay playing against a deck like this, just because it doesn't look like Nanticorn's putting on a ton of pressure early.
结界也在他手上。
You're going to see a lot of different awkward draws here from his deck.
So the interesting thing to me here are
这边右手2张树林吧，轻轻松松吧。
Reed is relatively low on removal.
Galta.
And he's got 2 copies of Galta and Maverick, which if it stays on the battlefield, completely dominates.
看来是一张地。
So it's just battle of the 7 drops here?
Or can Reed find his sweeper?
Yeah.
You know, Invasion of Furia might be the way that he can get out of it. But, you know, if Nanticorn can just, you know, play a ramp spell, get down, you know, maybe a turn early or something.
Right.
Galta and Maverick, it could just be it. Okay. All right, Drag Recycler is
这么轻易的就拿去换掉了。
Top
trade off.
So
真是令我有点意外。
Given the no lands in hand.
Okay, he finds his Portent Tracker.
Got 3 colors.
Etched familiar.
Source to cast that Atraxa. Wow, Nanticorn went deep.
He went off the lay. Went off the.
When I saw that Invasion of Alara, I thought it was just a typo almost.
哇哦，轻轻松松。
And 5 mana of Vorinclex is what the Nanticorn has.
轻轻松松吗？
There you go.
No comma, as we call it.
I mean, just when you read this card, you're just like, this just doesn't seem reasonable.
Reduke 在想为什么我他妈要被4回
It doesn't get any better. Yes. Not a lot of great news, and you know it's really interesting here. And by the way, Reed, you can see him going over it as well.
And Reed's not going to be able to kill that thing.
That's the point,
right?
Right, like that is out of range. Again, I keep going back to Invasion of Furia for Reed, but like he can't draw that every game. He's not going to get to cast it every single game. And there's a decent chance here that just a single bomb like this goes unchecked. And this is going to be, I don't know, I wouldn't call it desperation, but you know, an untimely Acropolis here for Reed. He knew he had the Drag Recycler. He didn't have another target, but he actually hit a Gargantua, so okay.
Yeah, he really wanted to find an Aetherblade Agent there to at least have a blocker in play for that Vorinclex.
Right.
Because that's his only way to really deal with it, right?
This is not looking good for Reed.
Yeah.
I mean, just straight up.
Yeah, and Nanticorn now has the mana to cast Tribute to the World Tree as well. Has the Cosmic Hunger.
看对这只绿魔判完全没有想法哎，是不是要先塞口啊？
Gift to completion here for Duke.
So that's a couple of 3/3s, and will Reed just be priced in here to make a 3/3 and go for a double block? If he does, Nanticorn has that tribute there that could just completely blow him out.
Yeah, and Reed will be air quotes tapped out. You know, in that case, he will not have the mana to cast his removal spell. And there's tribute to the World Tree. This is falling apart quickly here for Reed. An unchecked tribute.
Boom.
Completely takes over a game, and Nanticorn's like, you can't do anything.
Oh, and Reed's got to go for it here.
This is desperation here from Duke. But again, he only has access to 2 mana, even when you Convoke.
And here's the Cosmic Hunger. Excuse me.
单面打，把它打掉。
Surveil 1. This could be very important. Reed sees Nizumi Informant. That's not going to do it right now. He knows he needs to find his invasion of Fioria plus a couple of lands in the next turn or two.
才4点。
Or not trample for 4?
For 4. It should be
imagine so. I'll surveil. And this six damage on it, right? 3 damage on it. Fights a 3. Oh,
it's right. a bite.
It's a bite, not a fight, right?
So surveil.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Reed quite aggressively put. Oh, he put it on top.
Is that an invasion? Maybe.
I mean, he's still a couple turns away. Yeah, Etherblade Agent would be
land.
good.
Okay, he just wants to hit his land.
He
drops.
also is missing lands right now. And Breach could be a way out for him. There's Furia.
All right, so
but she's not going to do much here.
Yeah.
Like 2/4. Yeah, Lifelink's cool, but you're just outclassed at the moment.
Reed is.
哇，太有白了。
So attracts the online.
哇，亚垂夏要来喽。
Let's see what Nothicorn comes up with here.
Look at all those keywords. Look
谢喽，亚垂夏，来抽一张。
One for each color. That's right.
The proliferate will absolutely be relevant here as well.
哇，他需要那个6点扫传奇。
I believe you draw a card.
想不到的吧？我需要是扫传奇的那一边。
So he must have just got the card. Okay.
But that's just a lot of value there as well. I mean, Reed at this point it's kind of
他需要一块地。扫场已经在手上了吧？我记得。是吗？
That's a tough spot. Yeah. Because his life total is going to fall quite quickly.
对吧？
Right. Now, can he go double spell here? No.
哦，不
This
是，
is desperation,
那
but
不是。
this could keep him alive long enough, and drawing 2 cards plus your draw step is a way to get through. Also, let's not forget Breach the Multiverse next turn. Could find.
Now remember, Nonthagor can just flip Vorinclex here. He does know about the invasion, right? So he goes, okay, well, if I can't kill you immediately, if I just flip this, will that win me the game?
Right.
Oftentimes it will.
Oftentimes it will, and then even if it doesn't, it prevents. It's hidden.
Right.
Because it'll be on chapter 1, and not a creature.
Wow.
But it looks like he is not
浮
going
育
to do
5
that.
Now this
然后
one is
放
a
2
small
颗
creature, so boom, all of a sudden you get a 2/3 and the 5/5.
Dude, this is gross.
Yeah.
Converter Beast, he now has
会结束还会再争执，天哪！
He's just living his best life here, Marshall.
I am loving what
All the
Nothicorn
colors
is doing here.
I'm just saying, why not just add the red and take the div visits too?
I like
right?
his style.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Seriously though, there was 2, right? Like, come on, Nothicorn, let's do it.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
会结束争执，天哪！
I don't think he thought that was very nice. I think he thought that was quite cold.
Yeah,
of him to do. Okay,
that's a nice combo.
So there's two options here for Reed. If he has his 7th land, which he does, then he can play Breach and see what happens.
他手上的
If
是
not, then he has to top deck Invasion. And that would actually
是青蛙吧
be very？good.
青蛙跟
but you can't
恐龙吗？
Oh, you can't go non-legendary.
He does have to blow Fury.
Nothicorn has the more powerful legends in play right now.
By a lot. Okay, it's going to be Breach.
7点。
Can he breach out of this situation? It still doesn't feel like he can, but maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, he's at 7.
来了大招。
Got some of his best cards in play already.
Like, let's say he hits a Galta.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, 10 cards here. What do we have? Nothing.
好，这里有一坨大 Ben。
No.
And
有一只死出仔，
Doesn't look like
oh,
it.
that is a weak
有一只浮育
That's one
5
of the weakest breaches I've seen. It's still normally good enough to win,
but not when you're this behind on
no.
board.
We needed some 12/12s.
Any creature in graveyard.
So you have the entire graveyard to choose from, but again, Nothicorn has 2 Galtas in his deck. Did not flip any of them here on the breach.
That's a bit of a beat.
一张强的都没翻到，笑死。
Considering that we're fairly deep into this game.
Yeah, on a read side, what's the best card here?
He does an Iara. Could he transform it and try?
I'll choose Iara.
死出仔。
Fin the Fang Bear because it has Death Touch.
Right, and it puts them into play, correct? It doesn't cast them, right? So you don't get a trigger from the Furia.
Transform this one. Okay.
And on end step there, Nothicorn is going to transform his now 6/6 incubator token.
All right, is it time
恐龙是不是要下来揍人了
？Nothicorn's looking to do on his side. Can he attack there?
For Vorinclex?
Yeah, right, because you have the attack with the flyer, right?
Yes.
So that's, and Reed's on 7, but you don't have a good attack with the Vorinclex anymore.
Right.
Can certainly try to get in with some of the other creatures that you have in play.
I wonder if that attack, what that
全打
attack
好像没
actually
什么
looks
意
like,
义。
because Reed is at 7.
亚洲下跟66打就好了吧
Is scheduled to take 4 in the air.
Right.
He only needs to get 3 in there, and Reed is tapped out as well.
Right.
Only card is Collective Nightmare to even consider here for Nothicorn. And I think he's lining up his options as far as an Alpha Strike goes here.
Right.
挡最大
And it's not great.
7
well, so now you got to think about the Vorinclex. If the Vorinclex also gets in, right, then how will Reed block? Because that one has trample, and that makes blocks kind of difficult.
这边下恐龙的话，好像就死了吧？
does have lifelink.
他会补2剩9，然后打12。
Right. Once combat occurs.
Correct.
If Vorinclex gets
下恐龙就死了。抽一
Is
张
that Galta?
That is Galta. So it was the next card, or he had it in his hand. But yeah, that is nasty.
And he's got
没错
another rare in his hand.
He does. Yes, Salia and the Get Rog Monster to follow.
游戏好难玩哦，被一排鬼东西炸。
The other thing worth noting here, Paul, on the transforming Vorinclex plan is that you do mill 10 on Chapter 1, and he already got milled for 10. Like, got to be a little nervous,
yeah,
right?
And now we have a 6/6 trampler. I don't think Reed can block through all of this.
It does, and I don't think.
没错，我对这66还会践踏，2只践踏才12，游戏就结束了。
Wait, hold on, I got this Galta real quick. Let me just drop that.
I'd like another 6/6 dinosaur with trample, thank you.
So 2 6/6 tramplers getting in, and a 4/4 flyer.
有机会活下来吗
This just has to be too much for Reed to endure.
I mean, Reed just.
他手上有 Convoke 减3减3吗？
Put himself in a position where if he top decks an invasion of Fiora, he can get back in it. But I don't see it here. This just looks like way too much damage. That Ayara is sick, so you won't see Reed being able to activate the Ayara to gain some life.
Funny, this has to be Reed's nightmare matchup. Somebody with a greedy mana base who just put every 7 mana plus bomb into their deck, and he just can't answer any of them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
like
he cast the
he
breach,
has to sweep,
and he missed.
Right. The only upside are that his good
手
cards
上有
get
减
better,
3减
his
3
breaches
的
are
话，
better, and
那
his
就会
sweepers
活下
better.
来啊。
Like, come on. How is he supposed to deal with this? I mean, Nothicorn is
好
just
吧，他手上没有减3减3。
make a bunch of colors and a bunch of mana and put out huge stuff. Imagine if Reed had 4 removal spells. He'd just be like, oh yeah, kill your Galta, no big deal.
Right.
这样才1、2、3、4、5、
Although
6、
Galta is so
7、8、
huge,
9，刚好
There's
死。
not too many removal spells that can actually kill it, right? Because when
You
we
need
talk
the
about
black ones,
when you talk about the removal spells in the format, even Realm Breaker's Grasp would want something like that.
这样会刚好死。
White removal and a few good black removal spells.
Deadly Derision.
Derision's the best common answer.
对，这样刚好死。
Repurposing, right? From that's an uncommon.
没有救，死掉了。下一把。
Okay, Reed says block, and Nothicorn says let's go to damage.
3, 6, 7.
And trample for 2, 5, 6, and 3, 9.
Okay, plus you gain 2 life, and I'm at 7, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you're dead.
Yep.
So that's GG to Nothicorn, who picks up game 1 in extremely impressive fashion, Paul. I mean, that was...
You get some style points in that one.
We kind of thought that Reed would be the one bringing the haymakers.
Right.
No.
真的是打了一个中慢速的，然后被这种偏5色、4色，然后
That's horrible.
Okay, super slow, but again, Nothicorn not with the most aggressive deck.
That's true. Good point. Long game will happen most likely.
然后这边2回下时速仔要开始哦，没有，2回刺探。那对面是真的贪呢，它是3点绿，然后又有那个。
Improved greatly over that last draw step. We see Ayara on the battlefield now, and if Reed can follow that up with a creature, get summoning sickness off and start doing the thing,
right?
can get pretty nasty. Also reached just a couple of mana away from transforming Iara, and we haven't seen much removal from Not the Corn either. He's too busy trying to get his own stuff on the battlefield, much like Reed.
Look, you have all those rares. You need mana fixing. It's like, just don't have room for the removal spells.
That's right.
Oh.
And it's true though. He really just doesn't, right? Like the mana fixing stuff just takes those slots.
Oh, best card in his deck probably.
Light of Burgeoning is clutch for him. That could
调色结
open
界
up a
符
lot
2
of doors for Not the Corn. He passes the turn back. What a nice sequence for him there.
瑞杜克还在抽地。
If Reed just gonna fire off this render inert if he has nothing else to do.
Just to see another card.
不过这把好一点，就是毕竟是新手。
Can't just get that,
问题还是自己的大招打不赢人啊。
Doesn't have anything else to do. Okay. In playing this main phase because he does have some one drops in his deck.
怒魔，刚刚看到那个对手把一张牌留在排骨底，那我要把它磨掉。
This is a really bad start for Reed. Like down a game and now like he's just spinning his wheels, not really getting anywhere.
Yeah, Nothicorn's got that Galta in hand. 5
mana. And he's gonna play
okay.
Tangled Skyline.
Okay.
Yeah, Render Inert. Render Inert's gonna be
浮游五步
fantastic.
的。
Acquired.
Yeah.
That's
Kill
gonna
your 5/5 draw a card.
Yeah, it's gonna put Not the Corn up to 25.
那还行吧，他好像有把5个counter，这还行。
Life gain. Probably not very relevant in this matchup. This is more about board presence and bombs. There's a
他不会死，他会留一个神器在场上。
Just a permanent on the battlefield.
Right. If you transform it, it becomes a 0/0 and dies. But you can sacrifice it. You can do stuff. He did find a land and a 2-drop here with the Dreg Recycler. But again, this is outside of the Iara. This is all the low-end stuff here for Reed. He is leaning on that Phyrexian Gargantua hugely. That needs to power him into the late game.
2 cards? Yep, 2 cards.
And not attacking here with the 2/2. Wonder what else not.
Don't know if he's woken it up yet.
Well, right.
Oh,
so I'm wondering
来
if
了
he's got something
扣
here
2
to
抽
play
2
this speed.
Yeah, could be. Maybe Fertilid's Favor or something like that.
Yep.
But so this is the big play for Reed.
Oh,
He
that's
found
it.
what he
There's
needed.
the Moloch. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Really good
Sandstalker
card.
Moloch.
他可以3拿
When you
1
can。trigger it,
Yeah.
especially
Oh, 4
good.
拿
It's
1
okay otherwise.
Right, right. It's a
Right.
fine card to play, but
4
then
拿
there's
1
that
拿一个
upside.
永久
Yeah,
物
so，he's
如果
gonna
对手
you
释
can
放
see
黑
on
色
the
或
screen
蓝
there,
色
you can look at the top 4 cards because Reed played a black card this turn.
哦，黑色，对，黑色或蓝色。
Needs land number 7
And he can get a permanent.
to play Galta.
Oh, yeah, so.
review，对，
Yeah, you do have to
拿了一
show
块
off
黑
the
地
land as a permanent.
So now we're going to see a Galta here just get slammed down. Reed doesn't have a lot of removal in his deck.
No, he did just resolve.
蛇要来了吗？
Not the Corn is going to have to consider what he
来
could have
了
found, but he's going to force the issue here.
Just Galta
1 3 4 5 6 7
another 4/4 trampling attacker.
Yeah, and they stay around, by
Get
the way.
in.
That's the
Yeah.
other thing about
来
Galta and Maverick.
宣告
Maverick
攻
is
击
that
，4
we're
2
used
打
to
带
getting
一
these
4
tokens and
4
they go away on end step.
Right.
This one doesn't.
Beat downs.
啊，这只真的好炸哦！
And by the way, if Reed doesn't have an answer for Galta, get you for 12.
Yeah, and I'm curious.
Or
To see,
24.
I'm curious to see how Reed decides to block here, because he may already be in a position where he's starting to plan for I need to draw my Invasion of Furia to even get out of this at some point.
Right.
And the situation that you will want to
被恐龙打得不要不要的
damage, and then you draw it. Because if you need to
两
draw
个
to win
大
anyway, you
，OK，
have
全
to
部换
sort of
掉
play。accordingly.
And this block makes sense here. Reed,
Yeah.
again,
然后
doesn't
扣
have
1，2个
only
毒，
has the invasion as a way to kill Galta. There's no other card in his deck that can actually just get that off the battlefield.
Let's see what Reed can do with this big
救
turn
命
land.
啊
Reed should be amazing, although we see he only has the land, so he'd need to top deck the
救
breach.
命
Now, he
啊！
might be able to survive this turn. You can go Furia into Scornblade Berserker.
蛇
and then
蛇
you
要
can
出
trigger
来
the
揍
Furia.
人
Look
呐
at！the top 3 cards, right? So you're digging, chumping, but then he has to find the answer.
Right.
对面
Would have
deck
enough
真的
mana
太
to
强，
sacrifice the Berserker after a
而且
block on Galta as
Red
well.
Duke 也不是打快的那一边，所以他会给对手很多的时间。
I think
You
so.
know, that hangs. I mean,
Right.
Galta
来
will
天
win
使
that battle eventually, but you're
然后做第2个
around.
咒语3拿1，
Cast and trigger.
So this is a good line here for Reed to prolong this game a little bit and try to get him to where he needs to go.
有没有起点的大招？
He's just thinking about invasion and about breach. Breach and invasion are the two cards.
Breach would be great too.
Enters the battlefield.
Put it on the life linker.
Back up.
So that's 24 trampled. Does the token?
No, it's only other. It's
it's
the biggest power among other attacking creatures.
Got it.
And he just has Finn, so it's only a 1/1. But he does have access to the 2/2 that he can wake up there.
He can make a 2/2.
Yeah, but those aren't good against 3/5 flying lifeline.
哇！
Tribute.
然后再加这个树，
He still
反
gets to
面
attack.
然后
With Maverick, it's still 12/12. Like the thing's just massive.
全打。
And he can also just leave behind a bunch of 1/1s if he'd like.
3 2 2，然后变4 4。
Oh, that's gross.
4/4。
放2颗的2 2。
So he's trying to mark that it's a 2/2 at base, and then he's going to add 2 counters onto it.
Right.
But really, this is an attack with a 12/12, and then Reed gets to eat up.
So we're gonna
either
see
a 2/2
we're
or
gonna see Furia go in front of the 4/4. Right, as it's a 3/5 life linker.
Yeah.
And then the 0/1 probably getting in front of the 2/2 because the Galt has trample. Sack to draw a card.
Does Galt have trample?
Galta does have trample.
Okay, so then he doesn't need to bother blocking that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at it. If it doesn't have trample, I'd be very disappointed.
I would be too.
不过他这边居然是升2 2哦，我觉得升小只的也挺不错的，就是了。
Okay.
This is interesting.
Perhaps playing around combat trick maybe? Oh, there is a collective nightmare here in Reed's hand. Did draw his 1 removal effect.
Reed has a collective nightmare. Okay.
Yeah.
He's just going to sacrifice. Remember the other
牺牲抽一张
definitely has trample as well.
打16。
Yikes, that's a big
胜
hit.
3，胜4，对，它是一方个加一加一
Reed
的。
found Etherblade agent, but he needed it last turn.
He's at 4.
12 is a
Breach
very
and invasion.
large, yeah, breach and invasion.
Here we go.
扫场。
Can Reed Duke find his way out here in round number 1? Gift of completion off the top.
有没有扫
So now the
场？
question is literally can he
没
survive
有
this
扫
game?
场就下课了。
Now we can copy the 4/4, right, and have 2 4/4s attacking.
Well, and then it would trigger the tribute, so a 6.
Well, no, it would draw a card because it's higher than 3
it's power, not
yeah.
救命
mana
啊！
value. Right. I don't know how you get out of this. I mean, getting out of this is one thing. I don't even know how Reed survives a turn.
Yeah.
Normally a 3/5 lifelink is really great, but it's just being outclassed quite solidly here.
Yeah, I mean, Reed probably just needs to try to put 2 spells, cast 2 spells, trigger the Furia again, right? Look for something, but I just don't know if he has a card here that gets him out of it, considering that he's at 4. Now, if he had the Etherblade agent in the previous turn, he would have still been in it, right? He'd be at 4, but all of a sudden, you know, you wouldn't have to worry about the Galta. But now, I mean, we're looking at just a little too much damage coming in here, I think. Even if the Furia gets in front of the Galta, right?
Right, which is what you want to
big
avoid.
Toughness,
还有救吗？
trample over for 7, and Reed would gain 3. So that would
on
put
its
him dead.
own is lethal,
right?
yeah.
And then he has to deal with 2 4/4s and a 1/3 Death Toucher.
That's a lot.
So you need to put.
And the 2 4/4s both will have trample, by the way.
Right.
That's a lot.
然后再叫3
So he has to
3。
deal with 20 trample damage.
That's it.
And then 1 regular damage.
哦，这个
regular
也行
damage。
然后死处仔
And he does get to
挡得住
trigger
吗？
Furia here thanks to double spelling off of Gift of Completion and
挡
Etherblade.
挡得住吗？
But
what power
that
here?
costs 4 mana.
哦，扫场来
I
了，
think he just found the
所以
invasion.
就是要活过这一回合。
Breach in the
so
yard.
close.
Look at Nothicorn's hit face. So the question is, can the combination of at least 2 blockers, we'll call it 3,
He does
plus
have
collective
nightmare,
nightmare,
so he can go
he be
3
at
3?
1? That's the question. Can he
Right.
somehow defend against 20 trample damage coming across. -3 for collective post blocks.
这边全打，神鹰之士是再抽一张。
Yeah.
-3, so that's
12. That's
+3 because of his lifelink.
So that's 15 versus 20 coming in. 19 of which is trample.
回应吗？
20 of which is trample.
Yeah, correct.
回应减3减3
damage.
Yeah.
With a 1/3 death toucher.
Feels like he's going to be a couple short here, Paul.
Yep.
回应减3减3的话，挡得住吗？
Is there a world?
可是
no,
没有法
I
力
was
耶。
wondering if he could collective nightmare now to shrink the biggest other creature from Galta, which would make the new creature smaller. But you have to wake up your creature and tap a creature. Oh, he is going to do this.
He's going to do this.
减3减
So this would
3
make this a 1/1, and that would also make the new Dino a 3/3.
Right, because so it doesn't do much, right? Because now you get the counters instead of drawing the card.
Right.
So now you have a 1/1 and a 3/3.
这样子真的有救吗？
Walker off the table if you read.
这样场上是
12、15、19。 So that's the 3/3. Do you survive here?
I mean, that's what Reed's going for.
1、2、3、4、5，不对啊，这样还是死啊。
7, 8, 9.
And game 3, and good game.
And that's going to do it.
这样还是
Not
死
the
了。
corn. As for Reed Duke,
处理不了那只恐龙啊！我的妈呀，那恐龙打个2拳就死了。
In the first round, what a win for him!
Right, I mean,
that's insane.
Can you imagine? You put that down, and you're just like, it was one of those be careful what you wish for situations, but not really.
恐龙真的太强了啦！
No, that is incredible victory there for Not the Corn. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, and Reed even got to resolve his bomb, like in game 1, right? Cast the breach, not enough. Not the Corn's deck even more powerful than what Reed has.
That's right. You know, they had a similar game plan in that they were basically removal-less or removal light, and they were trying to overpower the late game. But the Corn's deck actually had more bombs and a bigger late game, which is kind of hard to imagine.
真的是被恐龙教做人呢。
Yeah, and this was something that we highlighted during the course of Reed's draft. It's like, okay, this is solid. It wants to get to the late game, but no removal whatsoever, right? And this was specifically that matchup where if he had a couple of ways to deal with that Galta, it would have been okay. But, you know, he obviously would have taken any removal spell that came away. He just did not see any.
No, this was a nightmare matchup for Reed. This is exactly what he wanted to avoid. And now you see why. That was a loss for him in our first round. But he still has a very strong deck and 2 more rounds to go of draft here. So he is not done just yet. We are going to be taking a short break here, but we've got the news desk on the other side with a special guest host. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to our ongoing coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis in the United States of America. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, sitting alongside Marnie Davudi. Maria is on assignment for a couple of rounds out at the main stage with her adoring many fans. All right, well, we're underway, Marnie, and so it must be time for the headlines. Pro Tour March of the Machine begins. The energy in this room is off the charts. 252 players made it to the start line, and that means in a couple of hours from now, 31 will still have perfect records. One of those 31 will not be Reed Duke. He's looking to defend his title, but he's opened up 0-1. And Marnie Elish-Norn, there are so many great cards you can open in the draft, but that's the kind of card that really gets the pulse racing.
Rich, double face cards are back in a big way in March of the Machine, and the biggest, baddest of them all, Elish-Norn, she's already made an appearance in our featured draft pod.
Yeah, certainly did. You open that, you just feel great. All right, so as I mentioned already, there was the player party yesterday. The 250 came in. There were lots of hugs. The number of people who haven't seen each other for multiple years. Like I say, it was just a phenomenal event. And along the way, our Cedric Phillips got to find out a little bit more about this draft format. Let's go inside the draft.
I'm here with Magic content creator Jim Davis. Jim, how do you feel about March of the Machine Limited?
It's pretty awesome, actually. People were saying it's kind of like Cube, and I kind of agree. There's a lot of rares, a lot of power level, a lot of colors. You go to pack 2 and you open up like a 3-color rare, and you're like, can I play this? Maybe I can play this. So it's really fun.
What color combination or colors do you want to avoid?
I think white and red suffer a bit because they're fairly aggressive, and the format is pretty bomb heavy and pretty late gamey, so you end up in a spot where it's like turn 6, I've used 2 drops, I didn't really kill them fast enough, and now my cards kind of suck.
White and red shirt on, huh? Battles, let's talk about them. How do you feel about Magic's newest card type?
They're pretty wild. They kind of encourage like a snowball-y game if you can win a battle early. But if you don't, you hit like turn 6 or 7, both players are at a pretty high life because they haven't been actually attacked yet. And the game can go longer because of it as well. A lot of value also from the abilities too. So they're cool. Very cool texture.
I am here with top 4 Worlds competitor Ely Cassis. Ely, it's time to talk about March of the Machine Limited, a crazy format. How do you like it?
I like it a lot. It's just got so many new dimensions, and battles are almost like this new level of Planeswalker that's been introduced, giving it another new dimension. So it's almost like changing this game that I've played for 30 years and giving it like more elements. So I'm loving it.
Well, let's talk about battles because it seems like everyone's loving these things, this new way, a new card type in Magic.
See, I like it because it's delicately balanced. It's not like when Planeswalkers first came out and they were just busted mythics. If you play too many, it's actually a mistake. You play too few, your deck's hurting for them. So you want just the right number and to figure out like where the right line is of using them and not using them. So that's the part I love, is that it's not just so obvious and it's more delicate.
I am here with Andrea Mengucci. We're going to talk a little March of the Machine Limited, or as many people call it, Cube, which I know you love.
Definitely, yeah, I love to draft Cube. I love to draft, you know, cultivate multicolor decks. So yeah, this fits perfectly. You have Omnath, you have Invasion of Alara, Atraxa. I just recently had this deck with these 3 cards. It's beautiful.
But is there a color that you don't want to avoid in this crazy 5-color format?
Yeah, I don't like white aggressive. I can't play white if I have like Sunfall or Elish-Norn Grand Cenobite, then I can play them in my 5-color deck, but otherwise I'll try to pass the Knights and the Pyrexians white decks.
I'm here with Magic Hall of Famer Raph Levy. Raph, March of the Machine Limited is a wild format. How you liking it?
I actually love it. Yeah, it has a lot of variety, the multiverse cards, the battles, a lot of things we hadn't seen before, so makes up for a brand new and open format.
I am here with Marcio Carvalho. Marcio, we're going to talk March of the Machine Limited. How you liking the format?
I think it's pretty fun, and I think I like it. There's a lot of bombs, and there's a lot of sweet stuff that you can do.
There is a lot of sweet stuff you can do, but is there some sweet stuff you don't want to do? What color do you want to avoid?
Well, I kind of want to avoid red unless I open Ragavan.
So battles, you've been playing Magic for a long time. How are you feeling about this new card type that's been introduced?
哦，我发觉我刚刚的10分钟都没有开声音，我在那边自言自语，谢了。
It's kind of hard to understand at the beginning, but I think it's very fun. You don't want to overload on battles because it's gonna be very difficult to.
我们要稍微讲一下刚刚发生的事情。
Think about maybe drafting 2 or 1 or 3.
大家都蛮喜欢这个系列的，就是当 Q 不在打，因为很多办法。 对，很多 bump， 对，乱炸一通。那对，有些人觉得白色很好，有些人觉得白色很差。对，因为红白就是一个会被炸弹炸的 tank。对，但是红白顺起来赢得很快，就是每个人的选项不一样吧。
Of course, the Hall of Famer and the reigning Pro Tour champion, but he's won just about everything in the game. A Magic Online champion, multiple Grand Prix, a Team Series champion, World Championship finalist. Maybe he tries to go one better this time around. On the other side of the table, I mentioned Marco Camiluzzi, the great Italian player, been around forever.
打气龙王的8强，有5个 GP 8强。
Tons of Grand Prix top 8s, and I can confirm, research shows us he is the only Pro Tour competitor in history with 4 pairs of letters in his last name. Double M, double I, double L, double Z. That's why they pay me the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Marnie, let's get to the important stuff. The deck lists.
Yeah, absolutely. We already did see
来看一下他的 deck list.
Taking a look at his deck, we heard Marshall and Paul talking about it. This deck is very
对，没错，这次就改回来了，没错，是天使。对。
Not looking too hot. If he is able to stabilize, he can get to the late game. But as we saw in that first match, even in the late game, if his opponents are matching his bombs, or if he is not drawing those bombs, it can really be a problem. So Reed has a very powerful deck, but some of the pieces are not there, and that can definitely be scary when you're in a pod like this.
来看一下红白快攻，这是他的下家的样子。果然是，可是好像没有拿太多的 backup 这他下家吗？他下家应该会有拿2点的吸血鬼啊，这应该不是他的下家。不过还有3张放逐的，3张遗忘轮呢，我操！
Redwood creatures, and Reed, one of his bombs is breach the multiverse. You're not really getting good things from Marco's deck.
对，这个红白看起来没有很快，应该是会被 Reduke 控住的。
Yeah, it certainly is.
只要能够成功找到扫场，
is not where you want to be.
应该就轻轻松松吧。
Kicking off a Pro Tour campaign. It is super tough to come back from. All right, we're going to head down to the casters. For my first time ever, and for the first time this weekend, it is such an honor to welcome to the booth Corey Baumeister and first, Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody, to the feature match area. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. Hey. We're in Minneapolis. We're going to crown a champion this weekend, and we cannot wait to jump into another round of draft here. We were sitting backstage watching Reed Duke drafting this, and we were all going, OMG, how does he lose this? And it turns out you just play 5-color nonsense with the big bombs, like Atraxes. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stuff indeed.
That was an awesome first match, I must say. I'm excited.
我看到俊廷上线了，所以他应该是轮抽打完了。我们这边。 我们这边转播好像不是那么的实时，好像慢了2个小时的样子吧。
Yeah, Boros definitely not exactly what you want, but when you can get a really strong, aggressive curve and you have great removal, which Marco does, you can really do some damage here in this format. Definitely just relies on the curve a little bit more, where if you have a nice smooth one, it's going to be pretty good, but if you miss some of the spots, it's going to be a little brutal.
Rough indeed, so players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump into it, take a look at the hand.
这手还是慢的，可以了。
Players here, as we saw 3 sealed from existence for Marco Camiluzzi. So if there are any big haymakers coming down from Reed Duke, he's got to be wary of those taking his goodies.
Yep, absolutely. And Reed definitely
但看起来这把轻轻松
松
了。
Many removals is kind of the main thing that Reed's deck is really missing, but yeah, seal from existence to be able to take Boon Valkyrie is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that card is so good. It's an absolute house when it comes down. So kicking things off here, we have both players finding their land drops, which is always a good place to start off with here. As we have a 9-down battlefield ready to get attacking here. The Sigilled Sentinel from Marco Camiluzzi.
Yep, decides not to attack into that. I did see the Invasion of Fiora in hand already for Reed, so maybe trying to hold off the battlefield a little bit and then set up a really nice turn to just wrath the board.
Yep, Knight of the New
先
Coalition
拍
hits the board too. So vigilance aplenty here as we're going to add another creature to the board. So Reed has to deal with this ever-growing spread of creatures now from the Italian side of things.
Yep, absolutely. And look at Reed's hand.
所以手上那个狐狸是刚刚还没下的。
and Invasion
哇，
here with
卡地了，
Unsealed to bring some
尴尬。
back. And probably my favorite card in the set. I love Phyrexian Gargantuan.
You do?
Phyrexian Ranger, just two of them, combine them.
It's fine. Yeah,
it's not the best card.
It's not the
but
best
I
thing
love
you want to
it.
be doing on turn 6, but yes, it can get you out of a pickle if you find yourself there. 4/4 body that brings you cards at the cost of 2 life, but you know it's a small price to pay for some card advantage.
卡地了，不然这边出天使大概就游戏结束了。
With these players starting 0-1, going down 0-2 is really brutal start for these players. So a very important match to make sure that they don't fall into that hole because your chances of winning the Pro Tour when you start with 2 losses already definitely diminishes.
Definitely so. We're going to see a Convoke here, as well as the Seraph of New Capenna hitting the battlefield.
打了阻挡前烧掉。
Piece removal.
先补2，然后扣7，省
pretty
15。
happy with this actually. Like it looks really bad right now, you know, with this battlefield being so overwhelming. But as long as Reed can pick up some removal spells here for Invasion, it's going to be great. But as I say that, no lands in hand, so you really do need to hit this pretty quickly.
把2地磨掉了，尴尬。
Breach of the Multiverse in the bin. That's such a fun card.
Feels so bad to put that one into the graveyard.
Yeah, that's man. I understand the need for Unsealed on Necropolis in a format like this, but I also hate it when it mills my goodies. It's like I want to play this.
Yeah, I was like, if it's gonna mill anything, mill my Boonbringer.
这边就是再盯个1回合，然后想办法找到剩下那块地。
Huge. Now just deciding how much does Reed want to commit to the battlefield. This is a really smart play, committing a legend, so that if you do top deck,
没错，找到地，等下就可以扫飞传奇了。
Legends. Well, there is one of those sealed from existence, so Furia goes bye-bye for now.
打9。
And that's a lot of damage.
Send
All
it.
the vigilance, so
this is gonna be a
expected market to go.
Big draw step. Big draw step here for Reed.
Land.
来一块地。 来地了，轻轻松松。
Let's go, get out of here. Everything is deaded, and of course, Marco is now responsible for protecting that invasion of Fiora. So all the creatures dead, and now back to a nice clean board. Let's see what Reed can build from here.
And the thing for Marco that's really brutal is, well, the Boros deck doesn't do that great of a job of recuperating after a Wrath effect like this, but Reed, especially with Bringer Valkyrie, has a nice restock here for next turn, and just hoping to dodge another one of those seals, which Marco does have.
It's under the gateway. It's going to make a little
哦，加里敏捷。
Invasion of Kylem here, I believe.
然后把它打掉吗？
Yeah, read the backside.
哦，打回来了吗？因为还会再生2只，所以常会有3只在。
When you have so many different card names on the front and the back here, that ends up being quite strong.
Yeah, so this doesn't really do much right now. Just gives vigilance plus 2. Oh, and haste. So the little 2/2 is now a little bigger and is going to get in for 4, taking Reed Duke down to 2.
All right, so Phyrexian Gargantua is not castable, and Marco does have a Seal of Existence, so if Reed only has 1 threat, this 2/2
哦，所以那个不会给敏捷哦，那还好，那还行。 天使来啦
The big old angel. Can this save Reed Duke? The answer is no. That Seal of Existence, like you mentioned. So little Tutu gets the job done here for Marco Camiluzzi. Let's go to game number 2, Corey. Not looking so hot here.
哇，凯特地差好多啊！想说扫完了，想说扫完稳了。
Even if Reed was at 3, being able to start casting those other cards, get some Etch Champions down there, and be able to stabilize a little bit, or Etch Familiar, excuse me.
Make a drinker in hand. This is another one of these little 1/1s, you know, similar to Crawling Chorus from the previous set, when Marshall absolutely loved that card.
He couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, Ichor Drinker kind of fills that spot too. It's like, oh yeah, I like this guy. Because, you know, it's 2 creatures in 1.
Exactly, yeah. Really good with different sack outlets, for especially for black-white.
哇，这样子第2把。
Black
第二
White
把
also
就会去
not
防扫场
necessarily
了。
everybody's favorite archetype. You know, pretty low on the data points as far as the most successful ones, but definitely an archetype that I love quite a bit as well, with all the incubate synergies.
Yeah, incubate's such a cool mechanic. I like it a lot. You know, and the inclusion of battles in this set too. I think it's just a home run.
And to convoke, I mean, every single mechanic like that really just screams that this is a very skill-intensive limited format. So I think our 3-0s, our 6-0s for limited are really going to be some star players.
Yeah. So Ica Drinker, Etched Familiar down on the battlefield here. This trail.
对啊，被
Yeah, these haste
被很猛的推了，很猛的推了一把，虽然少了，但是被那个福2加黎明杰靠一拳4点，下回出天使被那个被处理掉了。
The Scrounger, yep.
Yeah,
the Scrounger
the Hanger Scrounger, that's the one.
There we go.
Him getting haste, just being able to get you a card there and then, you know, that's excellent.
Definitely. Marco picked up a nice draw there, just picking up the planes. Didn't have second white for Seal of Existence ×2 in the hand, so very huge play here for Marco. And Marco's hand looks great, and Reed's kind of out of steam already, but has some really big draws in his deck.
Yeah, this completed Hunt Master, excuse me, you're talking about stack outlets earlier. Hitting Ica Drinker, getting to incubate 3. That's so cool. You just upgrading.
Reduke 蛮简单的，我就是归到出大招。
100% agree, and just to be able to have basically infinite chump blockers too. If you're facing down a really large creature, just block, sack, incubated, and step block, sack, rinse and repeat. Ends up being one of my favorite uncommons.
这2-3真的比想象中还要强。
Like to get off this board, perhaps via volcanic spite, something along those lines. So let's see if he can get rid of that. Seal from Existence available to him. So pick your poison here. What would you like to do?
All the removal spells.
刷榜就被杀了。
So has a nice curve. If Marco wants it, doesn't discard a land, for instance. See what was discarded, and
it's gonna send back that prankster.
Looks like it.
Play the land and hold up removal or fake it at least.
Yeah, that was interesting because that was a nice little curve that you could just you know play after this, but yeah, doesn't decide to do it.
Gift of Completion, Drag Recycler, Scroll Shift in hand. So Gift of Completion will allow a scry whenever Phyrexian dies for him. Brings along a little buddy too.
It's one of my favorite cards.
大家都排排站，大家都不要动。
Like just the surveils that you get off of it, really great enough. But the fact that it is still just 2 mana essentially for a 3/3. Of course, you have to commit a little bit more mana, but really nice in black-white. And there's some strong synergies. If you ever blink that and just be able to create another incubate token, which we did see that Reed had in his hand.
7抽1。
Attack here with the Scrounger, the draw on the discard.
好了啦，该上去打了。
Being able to make another creature at some point.
Yep. Give me a trade, a drain, and a surveil. Courtesy of the block there, so the Scrounger is a Scrounger no more. Has to go and dig around in the graveyard. As we see a follow-up there. Another Knight brings a 2/2 friend along with it.
Oh, just 翻过来。
Not the best attacks into the mana open for a 3/3 incubate creature, so just forced to pass the turn. And Reed has stabilized from Marco's really fast start. And that's good news for Reed, because Reed's deck definitely has the bigger top decks, where Marco has the more consistent, aggressive style of deck here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, at some point, though, Marco is going to run out of steam a little bit, whereas Reed has the propensity to go over the top with the big heavy hitters like the Boonbringer, Valkyrie, like the March, excuse me, Seal. If he can keep Reed in check and just get these blockers off the board, you know, that's Marco's avenue to victory here.
牺牲也还没有过那个，也没有过召唤师跳。
Of new collation in hand there.
要被2只2/2白嫖。
Pressure here on Reed.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. He is sitting at 23 though, so quite comfortable for the time being. Ica Drinker can jump in the way of something big when it needs to. You know, the drag recycler.
还可以继续慢慢打，但是这大招再不来就很尴尬。
Hunt Master, so none of that fun stuff that we were
totally
about just a few
agree.
turns ago.
继续换。
Man,
小亏。
See him drop something massive. I kind of want to see City on Fire just because I really like that card.
Yes.
But
试探流排
so
库
tough to
顶，
get down, and I feel like every time I get that card to land, my opponent has dealt with all my creatures, and I'm like, all right, this doesn't do as much. But if it ever connects, and you can really get something going with that, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Stoke the Flames, anyone?
Yeah, sure. Lucky Scrap Chomper, one of the best named cards in the set. I love it.
需不需要 cycle 去抽一张？
Cute little 1/1 that can just munch on some artifacts or lands if you have spare.
Yep.
When do you ever have spare lands in a Boros deck, though?
You know, I mean, when you're kind of saying it though, when you run out of steam, like the Boros deck definitely does. So this card makes a little bit of sense. At least you can get in a couple of points of damage early, and then late game, after you've really deployed all your threats and you're up to
哦，天使哦，难怪他会留。
finds is completely unneeded.
哎，天使 backup 别
Very
人
much。 focused on the curve of 4 drops and less, with a couple exceptions. Then you can just start getting rid of some lands to try to close the game. So, boom, Boon off the top was huge though, Ailey.
Boom, bring her baby, let's go. Backup ability, did that go on the Icar Drinker?
I believe it did, yep.
这边还是把它关掉吧。
So you get double life, yeah?
Double lifelink, yep, sure does.
Curses.
拜拜。
There goes our pretty angel, sealed away.
布林克来不及用。
Yeah, Boonbringer Valkyrie has to
没法力
be one of the most incredible cards in this set. We've already seen cards like that in the past, Lyra Dawnbringer being one of them, where it's just so great already. But when you can kind of give it a Baneslayer ability, Baneslayer or Lyra, to another creature and get an attack in right away, even if you lose it, getting to gain a little bit of life ends up being excellent.
You know, when you're looking
哦，
at
天使来了，赞啦！
cards that you open, you're
这样
looking for bombs, you're looking for
续战力也来了。
You know, you get a bomb and evasion on
要想办法胜过这回合。
glorious angelic stick.
Yes.
Which is the Boonbringer Valkyrie. So.
Yep, totally agree.
It'd be
哦，
nice
这
if
手
it
还
could
也
actually
挺
like
烂的。
extend the board for a little bit here.
No
These
kidding.
seals, oof.
These seals have come in very handy against Reed, and I mean, most of the time seal is just a great card, but if you play against a deck that's really trying to go wide, makes a bunch of tokens, it ends up looking pretty bad. But Reed's deck is all about, you know, a couple removal spells here and there, and then just haymakers. So Marco's deck is lining up quite well against Reed so far.
Definitely. Now we're going to see Invasion of Belanon hit the board too.
这个战役要守好，守好应该就没什么问题了。
I'm wondering if we might see an attack on this battle here shortly.
Yeah.
To give that anthem effect.
Absolutely. Got to
+1/+1.
clear out the 2/4 flyer here. Is really brick walling everything here from Marco.
这边就一路draw go 就行
4
了。
attackers currently, 2 blockers from Reed.
Yeah, and you could, you can't really increase the amount of attackers with that other knight in hand.
Oh, he is going to chomp on lands.
Okay, chomps away. Interesting
go,
to
little
chomp
buddy.
on planes there. City on Fire is just expecting to be on top, but you have so many seals that you would think
2 seals
that you want to keep it. Okay, Plains was already in the hand. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, now that little 1-drop is going to be doing some really good work here on this battlefield as Marco is flooding out a little bit.
Didn't your mama ever tell you not to eat dirt?
没事，平原抽那么多只拿来吃的。
We all had to learn the hard way.
Oh boy. Seal from Existence. Shatter the Source. We saw that in the first game. Knight of the New Coalition again. How many knights did he end up with? It was a fair few. 3.
哦，第3张关，
Pick up here.
那个有3张关真的也是蛮猛的。
Alrighty, let's see where Marco Camiluzzi of Italy.
这边剩2只。
Tapping out here almost. First it's going to be our knight, so 2 more creatures added to the board. I bet Reed Duke is just hoping for a board wipe.
1、2、3、4、5、6。这边如果要全推去打
and get rid of everything else and attack it would be excellent. But Reed's getting to the point where the battlefield's going so wide for Marco that you really kind of need it at this point. You know,
it's not going to matter. You know, a couple of life here and there is just going to get outweighed.
哇，这样子很有机会。
A bunch of damage coming through here. 2, 4, 6, 7.
没错，你这样全打，来，一发 blink 惩罚你。
And then this, but here we go. We see scroll shift to be able to blink this at instant speed to be an excellent card here. And Reed's been very, you know, conservative.
没错，直接被惩罚了，挡2只。
Even though you're really incentivized to try to play the cards in your hand to activate Furjaw, so ends up being a really nice thing here.
Shadow the Source.
哇哦，赚翻了，赚翻了！
Scroll Shift gets a card. So let's see what Reed can do. Just a swamp in hand, so isn't able to cast the double spells like you mentioned, Corey.
继续吃探早牌。
Yep. Absolutely. Deciding on the surveil here. I always thought it was Furja. I guess I'm wrong, huh?
Until someone corrects us.
There we go. There we go. Well, one of us wrong.
I think it's Furia, but you
Furia.
know.
Okay, I'll stick with you. You're better at card names than I am.
Twitch
That's for
chat
sure.
will enlighten us as to how to pronounce the names.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible card though. A card we've seen
it's
in
great.
previous sets.
I love it. And the
that
art
I really
is
like.
Just,
yeah.
These multiverse legends. Oh, they're so good.
I love it. Yorian, anyone?
第二只天使，谢了。
Immensely, and I know how much you love it.
Yeah.
但这群人都是死奶鬼，说天使就天使。
That the two countered incubation token.
And unfortunately for Reed, just trying to play 2 spells, and well, that was probably the worst card to top deck to be able to play since it is a legend. And there is another seal.
Okay, that's the 3rd one. He's done. He's out now.
Yep.
没错，这边被关了之后，等下再把那个叫回来，笑死。
Wow, that yeah.
他要硬翻了。
So great getting the 3rd one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well, good news for Reed Duke fans a little bit is you do have a backup Angel to be able to play, and well, it won't be getting Seal of Existence. And I think Marco is basically out of removal.
Yeah,
we see one Alabaster, right? Like one Alabaster host. That's and has the 6 land, so that's pretty much the only other removal spell in Marco's deck to deal with it. But Reed is still trying to knock the top of the deck. Is it a breach? Is it an invasion?
Please be an invasion.
Or breach into invasion.
Oh, yeah.
You a fan?
天使，好，随便找个东西。
There we go, Edge Familiar. So
3打1。
top of the deck.
来个大的。哦，来了，7点大招来了。
Other 2 swamps, ick, get out of there. But yes, breach.
What an incredible top deck, though. Just something that Reed could play.
来了，要开大招了。
Huge sequence there for Reed.
Oh, that's so good here for Reed Duke.
Okay. Now Reed has really weathered the storm here. Is at 25, so still doing fine. Okay. And gets to play this powerful spell next turn. Huge advantage back to Reed Duke.
Yeah, and more creatures getting committed to the board here.
25滴血，这把应该是稳的吧
？Off the top of the library, excuse me, or off the invasion. Actually, no, it mustn't be on the top because we want to hit it.
Yes, there you go. Yeah. Second down.
Yeah. Zolfiran Lancer hits the board, gets a hasty buff.
Now, the one thing about Breach against this Boros deck, removal is probably the best thing that you want to be hitting. Marco doesn't have a lot of that left.
No.
And now Marco just doesn't have really heavy hitters. The Alabaster is probably the main card that'll be a good hit, but
can we go
not the best ones.
Yeah.
Oh, Breach.
Can we count our library?
Yes, let's count libraries. Breach is this creature or planeswalker.
Okay,
so
can't
not
hit the
hit
invasion.
The
Absolutely, okay.
Okay, so let's not mill the invasion.
16还是17吧？刚刚在看他点的时候。
to our waitress. Give you a good tip.
直接磨了啦，也没什么好想的了。
Yeah, that question you never really want to be asked. Let's count our libraries real quick.
What's worse, cards in hand or how many cards in library?
Yeah. I think the absolute worst is you're tapped out, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the worst question to be asked.
You're at 2?
Yeah. All right.
Oh, boy.
Based on the library count, maybe Reed is considering not casting the Breach. I kind of doubt it. But if your library is so little, maybe you have 13 cards or something like that, it can be a real cost.
Yeah, because you have to then calculate, all right, how can I kill you quick enough with the cards that I have left? So here we go, 10 cards off the top. Let's take a look, see, do we have any good hits? Lands. Ayara's pretty neat. That's a good one.
Very good. And not hitting invasion is excellent with that not being able to hit those, so.
Oh, there we go. There's a...
哦 ，CT on fire 磨掉了。
So that's not a problem or a concern. There's a knight in there. It's the 3/3. What else we got?
Reed might just want to take the Knight of New Coalition.
Yeah.
To just get a couple bodies to block. And Ayara.
随便挖一只2脸的22叫22。
Thanks.
Yeah, no.
哦，他没有挖天使回来哦。
I just built a commander deck around there because I was just like, oh my gosh, this card is sick.
It is an incredible Magic card, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, this is excellent. A sacrifice outlet, a way to deal that, big chunk of damage if you can get, something with a massive mana value down on the board.
Yeah, and I believe in the bottom right-hand corner of our deck, we do see Phyrexian Gargantua in the graveyard, so something available for Reed is just pay 5, flip it, bring back Phyrexian Gargantua, draw 2 cards here, go to 25 at such a high life total. Basically, that is just dependent on how many cards is in Reed Duke's library, because you can't get too close here.
Cutting it a little closer. Just gotta be weary of that. Nightmare, gonna take care of the Knights. So no backup ability for them.
Yep, and with the Anthem there, the backup ability would have put it
错，回应减3减3，很急吗？我觉得好像也还好。
And now Reed is handless, but starting with an IRA available to be flipped, no cards in hand for Marco.
我搞不好会更想要
time to pick up that graveyard and see
留
what
着
kind of goodies we have.
我觉得这个减3减3有点急。
It's like having a whole other hand available to him right now. And Ayara is just such a cool card.
Yeah, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and with other sack outlets too, like, he doesn't have one available now, but whatever you bring back, it gets exiled at the end step.
Unless you sacrifice it.
Unless you sacrifice it, yes.
A beautiful combo there.
Just get some lovely little interactions with the sacrifice decks, but for now, it looks like we're just happy to chill for the time being.
Interesting. Reed did not want to flip that at all. It's just keeping Ayara's front ability available, which definitely adds up. If you're sacking this Knight, deal 4, gain 4.
守住了吧？
take
对，把磨干。
with the ability from Edge Familiar as well with the drain too. So it adds up pretty quickly where, it's really impressive for Ayara when you have to kind of debate is the front half better or is the back half? Yeah, exactly. And most of the time, surprisingly, the front is better.
Yep, that's exactly what we're going to do.
哦，永明目前战绩是1-1。
Cute little bud.
Gets a surveil off of it as well. Reed does have just a swamp in hand, so looking to get a little bit more action.
Down to 9 goes Marco Camiluzzi, and Reed Duke, this is what he wanted the deck to do.
Yep. And there is only 4 cards left in library for Reed, and that's really, I think, what Marco's looking for right now. Probably not even going to attack this game anymore, just hold back, and hope Reed decks himself with milling 10 cards from Breach.
Yep. All right, looking at graveyards again. Let's go digging.
So at this point, Reed's looking at graveyard not necessarily for something that he wants to reanimate from Marco, but what is left in your deck at this point. Players get to see their pools, so they get to see exactly what was drafted by them, so process of elimination can kind of figure it out.
And Ayara doing what she does. She knows her armies and her suitors are expendable, so she is just throwing them to the wind, darling. Yes, go out there, go do things.
That's a beautiful Ayara voice. I like it.
Like this, yes. But yeah, no, an excellent card. And, the transforming cards, just having an excellent either side.
Yes.
It's just like having another card in your deck.
Yeah, adds just another layer of complexity. Trying to play around cards when they're tapped out, when you have convoke cards, transforming so you have to know the backsides of a bunch of cards, and the battles, creating these sub-games. This set is just amazing, and I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite, of all times. I've been having so much fun playing this.
直接翻面啦！
Here we go. The Furnace Queen.
没错，这边。
Oh, little familiar coming back.
So coming back to attack now, if it is just taken, it exiles and it will not.
Exiles. You won't get the death trigger.
You won't get the death trigger, but if you block, then you do get the trigger. So at some point, Marco will have to start blocking these creatures, but this is not exactly the one to start with.
No.
End of turn exile.
She's so pretty. Terrifying, but pretty.
Yes. Fantastic card.
倒着下一把。 对，翻过来是真的挺炸的啦。前面也是算是有控住，对手这一把抽的偏慢。
Breach the Multiverse in hand.
哇
Gotta love that. That's the first card you gotta put
是不是要调度？
Most important there. Looks like you got a couple of lands.
调度过一次了吗？没有。
Functional hands from both players.
Love to see it. No planes though, with the Seal of Existence, Seal from Existence in hand. Oh, there we go. We found one. So kicking things off there with a lovely 2-drop. That's where you want to be as the Boros player. You need to get
Reduke 的手牌要努力的抽地啊。
The longer the game goes, the more it favors him.
Definitely, and that card can be really scary if you're able to transform it right on turn 3, which Marco can do. And just get it going. That card can be absolutely terrifying, usually in more spell-based decks. So like blue-red, it's really good in. Maybe black-red if you have a lot of removal and stuff like that. So not ideal, but the Spell Spear can really, really create a fast clock transformed on the other side.
I mean, what more do you want from a 2-drop? Got trample, so you can
哇，等下被这个灵机仔痛揍了，我的妈呀！
It's an excellent backup target, even though it's not
哦，还行，会抽地。
designed specifically for that.
Exactly. Maybe flying. I'll take flying on that card. Yeah.
Get Lord.
Depending if I'm playing it versus if my opponent's
对手没有平原。
All right, look at this curve
This
from
is
Marco
crazy,
here.
yeah.
暂时还不会出事。
2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, go.
Okay.
对，只
Lancer
是这个就有点小痛
getting
了
that。boost there as well from both knights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it
whenever
triggers
another
twice.
knight, it's not just one or one or more.
So just 5 damage coming in, and all of a sudden, Reduke is very much up against him. That is a ton of power here with that beautiful curve.
哇，这场面有点难处理
Let's
呀
hope。we can survive to hit that Breach the Multiverse. If you're a Reduke fan,
是
it's gonna be a tenured oil coster. Not great right now. It's just a 2-4, but it can die. Jump block.
Yep. So Reed has a great curve of 5 into 6 into 7 with Boon, Valkyrie into Gargantua into Breach, but no planes. So right now, you can't even cast Boon Valkyrie, which is a card that would very much help Reed out here.
哇，第二块平原来了，有点小危险。
In hand has the invasion to pump the team.
这边如果被关了，
really bad
好像会爆开。
You know, at this point, Shark, Blood in the Water, go. Marco has Invasion of Kylum, being able to give his creatures, you know, the buff, can take it down immediately and get the flip side of it, so...
And the flip side, just getting 2 3-2s out of it
just
immediately.
Casually, you know, you like to go wide
哇，
here.
好
Have
危
some
险
extra
哦，
buddies.
这个时间点。
Yeah, giving it to the Spell Spear too.
So Spell Spear is getting prowess, and now we decide where we want to point this at.
Yeah, looks like it's supposed to be the Knight and the Spell Spear.
Okay.
So Zephyr Knight.
这边2个打。
All right, that is an attack for 10,
哇
and it，
不
looks
想
like
让他
both of
翻
them are
过来
going
的
to
话，
get
就要2个
invasion.
都喂掉。
So that's saying, Reed, you have to double chump to stop the invasion from flipping.
哇，这节奏好难追哦！这边如果不是2个 chump， 就要被省2只，然后下一回合还不知道怎么处理。
Fiora in your deck, there's always a way. But right now, Reed doesn't have land 6 and doesn't have the namesake card, so
应该是要 chump 2只啦 ，chump 2只，下一回合，下一回合还没有白，要想办法摸一张白。啊。 哇，这好难打哦！还没有扫场，看这先后手实在差太多了。这系列红白的破坏力真的很恐怖。
They work together. They are a tag team here, so yeah, absolutely.
这边福尔
Absolutely.
啊，还没有地牌，还没有白地，要爆开了，救命啊！
And you have some things to do some blocking, but it might be getting to the point where it's got to be either on the top of the deck or maybe second from the top to just stay alive here.
Yeah, land 7 will be helpful for sure. You know, Phyrexian Gargantuan can get in the way of one of these and kill these, like the Zephyr Knight, for example, if there's no extra friends coming, but oof. Those 2 3-2s, they scare me the most right now.
100%. They're not going to be 3-2s for long, Haley, I'll tell you that. So, and even if you play Gargantuan, the Seal of Existence to be able to take that away if he doesn't just fire it off now, but...
Gets action. Spellstalker, the flip side of the Spell Spear. Ward 2 now with Prowess. So the problems are just doubling here. I'm sensing a theme in this deck. It's just double trouble? Double trouble, for sure.
有办法牺牲吗？
So Seal comes into play here. You get
真
that
的有
double
办法牺
prowess
牲
trigger
吗？
to make
牺牲这边要吃。
and am targeting Reed's best
8、
factor here.
10、
I think I have to take it back.
9、
It can't be second from the top.
20滴，他们要吃20滴耶。
This is bad news bears right now for Reed Duke, our reigning Pro Tour champion.
一只都挡不下来哦，可以挡下一只2。
0-2 is not how you want to start.
Definitely not, but you know we have seen, you know, Utah did go 0-3 into winning one of these tournaments, so it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but
it's not where you want to start.
No.
全
You
打
can。 basically win the tournament with 4 losses, so you can lose 1 round in constructed if you start 0-3. So that is a
放2
really
颗
big
加
deal.
1翻过来挡直。这边其实应该挡 token 比较好吧。3、5、8。 8加8加8 16胜6。
Yeah, 18 damage. Putting Reed down to 4. Is it invasion? I think it's the only top deck.
That is the question here. It's either going to be invasion or handshake. So, just doing some quick math here with the judge, double checking.
4、4、6、80、15。
trigger actually.
就是18，对啊，打18。 胜4，扫场，白地都没有来。GG， 爆开。
Duke with an excellent borrow stack, and like we mentioned, like we've spoken about too, this format is so close in terms of what is viable, and we're just seeing Marco absolutely crushing it there. Those Seal from Existence and just going wide. What do you do against that board, Corey?
Yeah, you got a top deck invasion. That's pretty much what you got to do. But yeah, Seal of Existence, these kind of O-ring effects are always incredible and limited. To have 3 of them and to have it have ward, just in case it's ever able to be destroyed. Really strong in this set and looked really good in Marco's deck here to be able to pick up his first win.
It really did, and we're going to have plenty more Magic right after this break, friends, so don't go anywhere. Round 3 coming up after this.
永明1-1，俊廷应该看起来也是1-1吧。看一下 PT 的 standing 去哪里查？应该还是那个吧，门力吧？还是有谁知道去哪里查的？ Pro Tour。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. He's having a great time here in the booth, just jamming to the tunes and the lights that are going off behind us. Excellent atmosphere here indeed. Everyone's
beautiful.
super excited.
What a beautiful venue.
I know, right? I feel like we can launch rockets out of this, but you know.
I bet we can.
We'll get to that later, yeah. We have Magic and Draft matches to get to, friends. So let's jump in here to game number 3 of Autumn versus James Arthur. So They are both at 1.
看一下秋天姐，秋天姐这次拿的就正常一点了，说实在的。
So let's jump in and take a look. See what's happening between
至少我们没有看到他拿黎明杰。
Absolutely, and it looks like for Autumn we have a really nice Boros deck once again.
真
Pretty
的好
close
惨。
to Marco's list, except with a bit more bombs. We see a couple fearless Scalds there, going to be excellent. And yeah,
Jeru and Hazaret.
是一个红白，
very, very
确实不是很意外。那大红
a good blue-white deck, a good Azorius deck, has really highlighted by Wrath, one of my favorite cards, and then Sunfall.
Yeah.
Maybe what a lot of players are saying is just the best rare, right? Like it's got to be close.
Sunfall is an amazing card indeed, and it's just such a great way to, you know, it's almost like a one-sided board wipe. Because you get a big dumb creature depending on the amount of creatures that you get off the board. So.
Exactly. One of the cards that we're seeing not only obviously dominate limited, but a card we're going to be seeing a lot in the constructed rounds as well.
Yeah. Kicking things off here, Wrath, unfortunately not sticking around. A very powerful card.
顺着节奏拍。
Volcanic Spite taking care of that from the side of Autumn Burchett.
I don't think I've ever had Wrath live.
No.
It's such a must kill. That it just gets really carried away.
Yeah, Harried Artisan, he's in a hurry. He's got to get places. Has haste, and the backside of this card is excellent indeed. If you're able to flip this, you have a flyer that's got, you know, a pretty big butt too, so it's not going to be taken care of very quickly.
Really incredible card there. 3/4 flyer, doing some damage.
Yeah, outside of things, getting the little vampire down, the Dusk Legion Duelist. Likes to get counters put on it, so that'll definitely be a good target for removal, as well as the backup abilities for James Arthur.
Yeah, and we don't see a ton of backup. That's really the trick with Dusk Legion Duelist. So we see 2 cards here in the list as far as backup goes. But the one thing that card does is it just is a removal magnet. Because you just think like, wow, if my opponent has this perfect deck and they're going to draw a card to every backup creature they play, well, I'm going to lose. So it attracts removal even if it's not that powerful in the deck.
The red-white deck really wants to be.
没错，来了捷达，配上我们的大步飞跃，等一下给他一个迷迷毛毛。
One of the other Multiverse Legends also is an enjoyer of targeted spells, especially when the board gets to go wide.
That card terrifies me. Absolutely terrifies me. The first time that card kind of does the thing, you know, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Captive Weird now, another excellent card. You flip this over and you are in business for the blue-red deck specifically, but also very good here.
And just a good blocker. You know, that card on the draw in an Azorius deck, which is largely thought of as the best color pair. You know, it's at least statistically what people are winning the most with, that and Demir.
找2张 X 等于2，找2张2以下的有没有？
Blue was absolutely the best color. Like everything's so close and so together. Yeah, that I wouldn't have expected it that much, but
Blue's very versatile in this format, and we can see Knight Errant of Eos hit the board here, and getting helped out by the 2 creatures that are down on the board already.
这局势是要怎么处理
for both players so far. It's curious to see what Autumn follows up with. If we can get, you know, perhaps a transformed artisan, or if we're going to get any targeted spells.
Yep. See what we have for the follow-up here. Any pump spells, anything like that. I believe I may have saw Hazaret in hand. Yeah, a couple aerial boosts are definitely cards that Autumn has available in the deck. So being able to convoke that out for free would be nice.
Yeah. It's always nice getting free stuff. Jeru and Hazaret, though, they scare me. Talking about scary things? Yeah. This card's a little bit terrifying.
这是秋天姐的手牌吗？看起来不像啊。
Digs through the deck, you know, something typically that Boros doesn't do very well. So all the help they can get, the better.
Yep. And yeah, like you said, if you can ever get aerial boost targeting on Zada, all of a sudden your entire team is getting +2/+2. And yeah, why not? Flying. So you have inspired charge in decks like this to kind of do that effect.
脸上写着我有大步飞跃。
Flying as well ends up being even better. Okay, so Autumn did play a creature first, left open a plains. This could very easily be aerial boost. And so if that 4/4 gets in the way of anything, this is going to be a great boost. Yep.
Boost indeed.
来加油！
So target.
The value.
Big old value indeed.
Yeah, no matter what, if James blocked there, it was going to be a bit of a blowout in Autumn's favor.
没错，写在脸上的大步飞跃。
Aerial boost either as evasion or as like combat trick removal. Just get rid of something that's blocking and make it a lot more difficult for James to do so favorably. Is that a sun?
That was a sunfall. I'm like about to play it, but how about I attack first? Bang.
Let's incubate 5.
Incubate 5, just a Wrath of God effect, but also leaving behind a pay to create a 5/5. And oh yeah, it can attack that next turn as well. Instead of incubate, transform, and then attack, being able to immediately attack with it just really shows why Sunfall is one of the best, if not the best, rares in this set.
Yeah, it's so good. You know, you are very, very happy to see that if you are in white anything basically.
Yeah. And what do you do as the Boros deck? You know, I mean, you have to play into it.
Put more creatures down.
Exactly. You just hope it's not there. Similar to the Reed match that we just saw.
Yeah.
What do? Just not play into invasion? Then you just fall behind.
You just sit there and wait to lose, basically.
这边就是下地换人就好了，把物翻过来就还能顶好一阵子吧。
How much gas is still in the tank?
Well, for now, it's just a red cap heal slasher. A couple of lands being missed here on Autumn's side of things. James, though, looking pretty darn good after clearing that board out, making land drops. And has a 5/5 available, but it's just gonna hang out for now.
Okay. Doesn't want to get in there, and doesn't have any kind of flash threats or anything. So this really is James just holding back to just transform and block, which is good news for Autumn. It's not a great follow-up for James.
Yeah.
And you know, kind of awkward that James played extra creatures into James's Wrath, you know, where you'd love to keep that weird in hand and then flip it and get an additional card.
Oh, nice. Fearless Skull.
来 double striker， 还是打不赢5-5。
No, it'd be a 4.
Yeah, 4/5.
So it could trade with it.
That doesn't feel good, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing, but I mean, you got to get that token out of the way somehow.
Yeah.
And at least it kind
这
of
边
fights
backup 上去好
different
亏
pump
哦。
spells if James were to have that. You know, with the double strike dealing 8, it plays around aerial boost, other +3/+3 effects. So still not bad. And then I mean, you have a 3/2 double striker. That is
这
a
边要是
2-turn clock.
吃他妈什么回手之类的就没了呢。
Yeah, this is a big decision here because, like, you get the same power double striking, whichever way you go, but you know you get to kill it right now. So let's see if we're gonna
拼了，拼你什么都没有，跟你换拳。
removal spell perhaps here from James, or
也行啦，换一只。
this incubator token come to life.
Yeah, James just had Golden Scale, Aeronaut, and a land in hand, so really no tricks here. And this Aeronaut can come down as a 3/4 and trade with Scald at least, so kind of at board parity here. But
那剩下就是这一只32连击，
which one she had?
看起来要跟这只鸟换了。
There's the Aeronaut counter on that, like you mentioned.
对手也直接不演哎，手牌贪光，
3/4.
了不演。
What card has she got there?
不急吧，好像不需要这样子交换的感觉。
We're about to find out potentially here as the Fearless Skull hangs out on the board, looking out this Golden Scale Aeronaut.
这边随便拿到一只 backup 生物就超强
I don't
了。
like the attack here anyway, just, you know.
打出去就是换掉，有点鸟鸟的。
Yep, there we
Could
go,
have
getting in.
anything.
Trading. James does have one card, but there we go. There is the follow-up play. Flips it into a card that was made pretty good use in the
这样
last
真
game.
的我不是很喜欢啦，但是
Gonna hit the board here, and hey, something you don't see often, a Halo frog guy.
Yeah, no, and not a card I play a lot. Do you play that very often? Yeah. I mean, it can definitely be awesome if you're able to go, you know, a nice little curve where you can play some creatures and then have that as an additional.
抽得很烂的红白。
It really looks like in this deck for James, it's a product of I didn't have enough playables.
Yeah.
Because James'
真的
deck
是
doesn't
抽得
look
很烂
like,
欸。
you know, an A here or anything. It has an A+
那个
card
秋天
in
直接
the
继
form
续
of
抽地下
Sunfall.
去，
But outside of that, it's
人
just
要
a
没了
pretty
呢。
decently low-powered blue-white Knights deck, which is still a great deck, but yeah, the frog, not necessarily what you want.
The frog.
Sounds like it doesn't have the 1 toughness or power that Tetsuko Mizawa would. like to make use of. You know, there's some cheeky things you can do when you have a wide board. Tetsuko's down, you attack off the blockers. Ref will be able to pump up your entire board. That's like the ideal situation, but Ref, alas, is dead.
Well, I think the ideal is Ragavan into Tetsuko, but that's close. You know, that's probably the ultimate ideal thing that you can do in this format.
Listen
yes,
here,
you
好，
can
收到
draw
料了，但是不知道是什么料。
It seemed like everyone and their son was drafting Ragavans.
That was my first draft, was a blue-red deck with those two cards.
Oh my goodness.
I peaked. I've never had a deck as good.
That's where you retire, Corey.
Exactly. All right, here we go.
七抽被扛了。
To be able to draw some cards, and it
怒
looks like the
扛
invasion has been changed.
Invasion of Mercadia
怒
here.
扛
See what Autumn can dig out.
也还行啦，这边灵记2次，硬揍个5点。
But that does trigger the prowess. So you're still attacking for 5 here, and you did see Autumn discard a card immediately. When it gets countered, you don't have to discard it, unlike kind of Thrill of Possibility, which is pretty similar to what this is. Yeah.
Oh, Forest Dispersal. Okay.
Okay.
Send back
回手
little tramply friend. Can Spell Spear back in hand.
Okay, and
哦
gets to do
更多的回
some
手。
scrying, and looks like both of those cards were kept on top, and one of
哦，这个回手真的是超强的，还会刺探那个。
Wingspan was left on top.
Absolute house.
And I didn't see the other card, but James is going to be able to draw it immediately since you're able to flip it right away, or excuse me, draw the card off this boost.
Yeah. This little hopper's about to fly high, man.
来了，加2飞。 抽一张。
So can a frog. So,
yeah, exactly.
+2/+2. Got some evasion going. Got some extra card draw. This is looking really, really
青
good
蛙
now.
飞起来啦！
All right, let's see what the follow-up is for Autumn. There's got to be something. There's still some big draws in her deck here. Hazoret being one of the main one.
还有什么招？
Yeah, but how do you deal with a flying frog?
Yeah, you have to race. You have to race. So here is a double prowess.
哦，升2
So that is
只。
creating 5 points of damage. If it's another spell, all of a sudden
再打5
James is, you know, down to 4.
Oh, it's a cut short.
Yeah.
直接怒杀。
Wow. Okay, let's
直
see
接
what
怒杀。
James's last card in hand was.
Can you protect the frog?
If not, this is 7 damage coming in.
他被打7耶，有点不是很开心。
And this would be advancing
就青蛙被打
7
7。
playing for the pod
Yeah.
next round.
That is an excellent spot to be in for Autumn Burchett.
好，不救
draw step there
不救青蛙，那就是哎
Froggy down.
再回手一次。
Autumn being our mythic champion, chip 1 winner, taking down that tournament with Mono Blue.
Oh, Forest Dispersal. Taking care of the attacker once again.
再次探2，又一张回手，几百张。
Mercadia, I believe. No.
Nope. The double prowess creature sent back again, and didn't have to pay. Well, did have to pay the ward too, but since it was attacking, cost 2 less. So kind of there. So here we go. We see that surveil again, and there is another dispersal and the 2/1 flyer.
So many dispersals.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff.
Such a great card. Skyclave Aerialist.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I like this
I'm
card
a huge
too.
fan. I don't like Simic in
继
this
续
format
痛
that
血，
much,
继续
but the
翻
fact that it can just be blue,
对
you know,，
已经扣了6滴血，都是自己翻的。
Start digging. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, and you can just pay 2, flip it right away, get a 2/4, and try to find something.
然后这边也
Land
是
off the top of the library, otherwise
翻过来。
Well, so far, just
赞
imagine
啦
if James had that Astral Wingspan still in play. I mean, this game was completely over.
Yeah.
But instead, here we go.
又被回手。
Would you like another one? Good
Autumn's like, come on.
grief. Just land.
谢喽。
Goodness me. Careful you don't mill yourself there, James.
Yup.
Don't
这
want
边
to
要
go
想一下要不要翻
Let's
面
see if
了
the spell spear will stick now. It's kind of like teaching your dog to sit and stay.
Yeah.
It's just not listening.
Not listening at
I know
all.
it's a jackal, but it's kind of dog, but you know.
I definitely know that with my own pup, that's for sure. Absolutely.
Sang
And the
Wu.
thing is, with Autumn playing a Boros deck and the fact that this Spell Spear transforms with blue mana, Autumn has been taking 2 every single time to flip this. So
painful.
Autumn has taken 6 damage from this card, which is actually more damage than James has taken from the flip side of Spell
扣
Spear.
8了，什么扣6，扣8了，为了翻面就扣8了。
Yeah.
13，
Autumn's down to 3.
Ooh,
来 all in。 站着打。
Let's just swing. This is a race now. All the critics in.
4、5、6。
All right, this is an attack here for 6. Right now, Autumn's winning the race, but there's so many cards that can flip this in favor of James. Yeah. Just being able to get in one more point of damage here.
剩3，两边都剩3。
Any other backup ability if we see the Bola Slinger? I don't think we've seen that card
Even
yet.
just a blocker for Gataxian Spellstalker right now.
Yeah.
That's a land and a smite, I believe? Yeah, Elspeth Smite.
Yeah.
哦，换人了。
That's not enough because it's 4. It's a 4/4 here from Autumn. Otherwise, James could have attacked and used that. But since that spear was being put on that,
Oh, we're splitting up our damage now.
That was the best thing for James. Yeah. That was the best thing that could have happened for James. Because now James can eat the 2/2 elemental and deal with this. You really want to smite first to make sure there's no pump spell or any spell. Any spell giving double prowess would mean that James really should do this first. When you pick up the card, you know, you're kind of saying you're going to blocking. This is a little riskier, but...
Yeah.
完美时机，要被完美了。
Favorite words.
加大部分乐死了。
Go, Autumn Burchett getting that, clutching that right at the last second there. That aerial boost, just what you needed to get over the finish line there. That was cool.
That was an incredible game. Even from the Sunfall, it really looked like, you know, there was going to be big advantage points there to James.
不过最后那边有大部分乐，不管怎么样都会死，就是。
And Autumn able to flip that card 3 different times, deal a bunch of damage to herself, but then it's just able to
翻。
Very last second. Really
Combat
impressive.
tricks are so good.
啊，秋天也这样2-0开。
Beware.
You don't even need open mana. You can convoke.
You can just convoke
Easy.
it. Yeah. Brennan Crawford up against a non.
我们要看，继续看那个恐龙咒人。
1-1 so far. Who is going to take this one down?
All right.
We're jumping into game number 2 here, Corey.
All right, more magic. I love it.
This is the crazy deck we saw up against Reed Duke earlier with running a Traxa.
Yes.
Oh, goodness me. It was
低超吗？还好吧。
I know we're not supposed to be biased, but that deck is awesome.
It is awesome.
We saw Galtas
没有什么特别低超的感觉啊。
We saw proliferating, all kinds of good stuff here.
What would you like to play? Because I have
打3补3没有那个。
First here.
And looks like both players here with that opening hand, 6 cards, both took a mulligan here.
什么打3补3？
Favor Brennan a little more with not playing a 5-color deck. Mulligans really hurt when you are doing that.
Sure does. But so far, so good for both players.
来了。
Botanical Brawler can run away with the game. You know, we might not even need to see those massively.
这个节奏真的很好。
Those massive beaters in the form of the Galtas and the Mavericks.
这个上下没有放反吗？
We don't need to, but we still want to.
Yeah, we did want to,
sure.
of course. You know? But this Brawler guy, this is going to be something that needs answering very quickly here from Brennan. Let's take a look at his list. See what.
Well, Brennan has an Elish Norn. That's pretty excellent.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's got an Alabaster Host Intercessor that can deal with that, a Cut Short.
Yeah, and 4 colors. 4 colors in this deck as well, so both players definitely taking advantage
两边都是4色。哇，
And sometimes
这么有趣的吗？
this is what you see at a pro draft like this is you just gotta hope your mana agrees because, well, players are taking the best cards a lot more than maybe, you know, if you're on arena draft.
手动4色，
You're probably gonna get
赞啦！
some really powerful cards a little later than you would think.
Yeah.
Not so much here.
哇哦，
the feature
这有点强。
Yeah, these players are
手顺有点强。
when it comes to either sticking in their lane or committing to something, they're gonna go one way or the other. There's no middle ground.
Yes.
一直打而已。
I'm gonna do this.
这么乖。
Huge attack here.
防一下飘屏斩。
This brawler
回手
doing
，OK。
some really big stuff here.
2打2。
With the incubate, whenever you put
2
counters
块
on
蓝
the incubation, it does grow every single time. So
2块蓝应该是都不要了吧？
but dispersal to deal with at least the incubate trigger.
Yeah, no, we won't see those ones back. They won't be making like a 3rd appearance to the buffet table.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, that token's out of there. And we're gonna see the flip token here now from Brennan. Draw. Where are we off to? Up against a board that's looking quite formidable indeed, as well as that Phyrexian.
这是一个艾雷农打恐龙的故事。
Absolutely.
Excuse me, no, Vigilance.
And Nantacorn drawing probably his best card, Blighted Burgeoning, on turn 3 here. We saw that in the first couple round, or the first round, excuse me. That was pretty much the key thing against Reed. Having it on turn 3 here as well, so helpful.
有没有康？结算了。哇，6颗，55，再补5滴。能不能打？
So that creates essentially 2 5/5s, gives that brawler another +1/+1 token.
好，有没有快攻斩？有，或者在。上回都仿了，这回合怎么不仿呢？
The one person I want to play is Reed Duke, and then 2-0's Reed Duke at the first Pro Tour. No matter what, that's going to be a memory forever, right?
Definitely. He's having such a great time. He's like, oh, you just killed my friend.
手上还有那个着地放2颗，我是觉得应该要防一下啦。有点小可惜吗？
And hope for something off the top of the library.
我算了，这边闭着眼乱打，好爽。
Both of these incubate tokens were not creatures yet, so didn't have a good play that turn.
好强哦，这个轮抽。
Take the token itself, you have to wait till it's a creature. So Brennan had to have his mana taxed here because of
对手这个7块地了，什么都不做事。 哦，6块地了，6块地了，什么事情都不做。
Yep, 100%.
6点。
Fix your mana nicely.
And definitely some powerful cards here in
压掉。
Brennan's deck as well.
漂亮。
Being able to cascade, well, maybe into Elish Norn, would that be good?
I don't know, Elish Norn's not the best.
这个拿来解福利是最棒的了。
So many times, so that card always stands out to me.
And Cascade is such a cool mechanic too.
Agreed. Blood Red Elf, anyone? One of my favorite cards. Yeah.
So now we have Alabaster Host Intercessor taking care of the other pesky token. Where are we going?
5点。
Alrighty, got our Converter Beast.
Okay, creating another 5/5. Nantacorn has a lot of ways to make 5/5 incubate tokens here.
Yeah. Oh, he's just
各种5，快顶不住了。
Yeah. His deck is
快顶不住了，哥。
Yeah, love the mana base. 6 plains, 7 forest, 1 swamp, 1 island, 1 mountain. Love it.
It's got Skittering Severe in there too, or no?
No,
didn't need a Skitter.
Yeah, probably was begging for one by the end of it, that's for sure. So, all right, here we go.
我也有。
Okay.
浮起来，浮起来。
He gets to draw a card. That's
really
that's
powerful effect.
The new term now.
It's flippity flop. Yep, that's the professional lingo for sure. As we are consummate professionals.
那个重置地加地结界还可以偷一点法力。
Now here for Brennan, you know, he's not being absolutely smashed at this point.
闪现。
That might change very shortly.
There we go. We got the stalker to be able to
继续4拿1。
哇
哦，来了绿魔判。
No need to put any more words after Vorinclex. This is one of the most powerful creatures of its cycle. Elish Norn being excellent as well, which both players have.
This
but
guy,
绿魔判打白魔判谁会赢？
The front is incredible. It's already just great. And then, oh yeah, once you get to the flip side,
1、2、3、4、5。
there's some stuff.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
There's quite a bit of stuff. I'm just gonna mill stuff. We're just gonna put some counters on things, and then you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just checking because you weren't sure.
Yeah, being able to put 2 creatures into play immediately, then distribute 7 counters,
and then fighting some stuff too.
And then fight, and then you get it back.
Yeah.
Then you get Vorinclex back.
Just get more land, you know.
Get more lands. This card really does everything for you.
I guess you do have to be a little concerned about how late it is in the game if you're gonna be at risk of milling yourself out.
Yeah.
It is a concern.
That
so
is a concern, yeah.
You don't just want to be flopping him over all the time.
Yeah, maybe don't put Vorinclex in your double, you know, Behold the Beyond deck or something.
Don't play with Breach the Multiverse.
You know, I would still be doing that.
Probably.
I would still be doing that.
I hope you're playing your deck then at that point, because
I always am a
还是没有注意到。
Yeah, one thing we haven't seen so far is
翻过来抽一张。
companions in this metagame where you can actually use them as companions. A little trickier, but they're all really good cards as well.
Yeah, no, they're solid inclusions in
打这个绿魔判有没有解？他下回要翻面了。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，下回有8费了。
He is sitting quite pretty here, with a rather large battlefield indeed.
Yep, and it looks like Brennan has a cut short in hand and the Cryptomancer, which Cryptomancer has just been overperforming for me, and the very, very powerful flyer, Zephyr Singer.
Yeah, that's like the winningest card if you go by.
Is it really?
Yeah, if you go by. You know,
有回手，那还没事。
Yeah,
Zephyr Singer is one of the top.
但是不能贴爆，贴爆就爆开这样。
Zephyr Singer here, and maybe I missaw that. Maybe that's not.
遇到恐龙也爆开。
right away, but being able to tap all 3 of the creatures from Brennan to be able to give them all flying is great, but
there's reach on the other side.
Well, and you're just staring down such a huge battlefield here that maybe you can't commit to that straight away.
It's like,
除非兵。
Yeah, there it is.
A little tougher in this format because, yes, you want to get the benefit off of the Convoke, but you don't want to leave yourself shields down. So if you're on the back foot, Convoke gets.
这边要怒杀马头了吧？ 卡他一点法力。
Cut shorting.
Oh, I love this guy. It's a 1-1. I agree. I would say the exact same thing.
你场上有8点法力了，还谁才给你7-7？
That looks like a very weird play, but what that does stop is Vorinclex flipping right now.
Yeah.
You know, so. That was
it's
so
not
good.
just a 1-1, sir.
Yes.
Oh, what a guy. Love
that
it.
was awesome.
好扯哦。
Yeah, let's get to the
冲啊！菲尔克西亚警戒，66警戒，5警戒。哎，揍了你不要了，真的是没什么想法。
Yeah, can't really try to hope that Vorinclex turns sideways because well, it doesn't do that. So yeah, cut short being actually pretty bad against specifically that threat, and I mean just the vigilance from that white enchantment up there as well.
Yeah.
From Phyrexian Awakening being really, really difficult to deal with. Cut short is coming up short for sure.
Janelle.
Is it too early in the tournament to already have a favorite? Yeah, because Not the Corn is awesome. And really giving me some really fun vibes here, that's for sure.
来，全家上去。
See where he goes from here.
I order at
Order how you like.
Yep. Ordering blockers
So now
here.
we'll see if there is a removal spell or a pump spell to keep Vorinclex alive. And here's some mana being tapped.
这个吧，找2块地。哦。 先
Hunger.
揍他单方面的 A 下去，
6 damage
然后再第2张。
Double Cosmic Hunger. It's just like, yep, Trample will get it that day.
2张咬太神啦。
Double removal spells during combat. Just, it's the worst way to go. Yeah. But it's very cool when you get to do it.
Especially when Vorinclex is the hungry one. It is quite hungry, dealing a ton of damage there. So, yeah, impressive stuff. Looks like we have the stage set with Autumn and Not the Corn. Yep, absolutely. It's going to be great.
Can't wait to see that matchup. It's going to be awesome, friends.
不过秋天解答，秋天解答这个4色应该是轻松虐吧，毕竟只要把妈头处理掉，应该没什么问题吧。 OK， 休息一下，等第3把。
You are looking at Minneapolis and you are watching Pro Tour March of the Machine live from Minneapolis. What a delight it is to be here with you. Rich Hagan at the news desk for one final time, sitting alongside Marnie Davudi and Cedric Phillips. Well, 2 rounds are done. Somebody roll those headlines. So what are we looking at here? Well, this was a good one. The draft pod finals are ahead. That means at every table, the 2 and O's are about to face off. On our feature table, that means it's going to be Auden Bachet and non-Thorn Kozitaporn to top the table. Now, you might think it's early in the tournament. It is, but consider this. Last time around, Pro Tour Phyrexia, the eventual top 8 went a combined 22 and 2.
没错，轮抽的重要性。
Marnie, in this round, in round number 2,
对，
still from existence.
我们上一场轮抽的8强，合计是打了一个22-2， 8个人里面只输了2把的轮抽。
Very powerful. Marco had 3 of these, and they really shut the door on Reed.
Certainly did. Universal removal.
轮抽是非常重要的。
We also like words like embedded with the players. And Cedric Phillips, that's what you've been. Have you ever been embedded with the players before, Cedric?
Many moons ago.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm embedded with you guys at the desk, which also works for me.
All right. So let's talk limited. What's going on out on the floor?
Boy, there's a lot going on the floor. So as I said in the early stages of this show, I've been talking to everybody on the floor yesterday during the players meeting and everything, and how do you guys like the format? We're still batting 1,000, which is every person's like, this format is awesome, and I love playing it, and there's so many crazy things that's going to happen, which again, Magic players, not notable for their positivity, but here we are. Literally everyone loves the format, myself included. So we saw some awesome matchups. We saw Brian Kibler against Raph Levy last round. We saw Nathan Story, our reigning world champion, against Masahiro Mahara from 2006 world champion. So that was really awesome. But the note from this round, the biggest one here, is
各式各样的名人成员
who was not hyperbolic, the Neon Dynasty champion. He said, "This is the best deck I've ever drafted."
哦，
ever. And again,
他说他抽了有史以来最好的轮抽套牌之一。
The actual best deck I've ever had in competitive play in an event ever.
来看一下他的套牌长什么样子。
Milling people out. Now, on the other side of this pod, Eli Loveman, who's also a champion, said, my deck is busted, but I talked to Ely after the pod was over, and I said, I don't think anyone can beat me. So, we've got 2 players here in this pod that are basically like, my deck is completely insane, and I don't think I can lose.
一个说自己套牌超强，然后一个人说自己套牌超烂，然后他们2个在200遇到了，谢喽。
Yep, because they're both 2-0, which means
someone has to lose,
and they will face each other in the pod. That is going to be one of our feature matches next round. But it's not where we start because we want to put a bow on our feature pod. So who is going to bat 1,000? To use the analogy from Cedric there, it is non-Thorn
没错，现在看这
from
个
Thailand against
秋天姐对
3
上
top finishes.
2只恐龙的男人。
Been playing since 2000. Let's dig in a little bit deeper and let's start with the man from Thailand. Played in the first ever World Magic Cup in 2012. Wanted to play Reed Duke, did, beat him. Wanted to keep winning, did. Playing now for the pod.
北京8强，菲律宾8强。
Go. On the other side, it is Rule Britannia. It's Auden Bachet. 2-0, 3 top finishes. I say been playing for a decade or so. Over $300,000 in lifetime earnings, helped in no small measure by becoming the champion of Mythic Championship 1 in 2019. So that is the matchup. Marnie, what about those limited decks?
Yeah, we have an absolute banger coming out from Kozitaporn here. Taking a look at this deck, this deck is green-white-ish, but then we see where it gets really spicy. Invasion of Alara, Thalia and the Gitrog monster, Atraxa, Praetor's Voice, and of course being headlined by Vorinclex and 2 copies of Galta and Maverick. We saw against Reed's slower deck in round 1. This deck was able to go over top with bombs, but when we checked in on the second game here in round 2 on those back tables, Kozitaporn was going aggressive. He was going onto the ground with the Botanical Brawler, going really fast and beating down on the opponent, and we know he can do that with a card like the World Tree. So this deck can seemingly play both sides of gameplay. That can be a real problem if his mana works out. That's the big caveat. On the other side, we have Burchest's deck.
哇，2张连击人，看秋天姐这一次轮抽拿的比上次强多了，不得不说。
A pretty standard, typical red-white deck. What you're hoping to see in some pieces, of course, you have the Mirror Shield Hoplite. That is the signpost uncommon for this red-white archetype, enabling your backup shenanigans. You do see 2 copies of Fearless Skull to go along with that Hoplite, which is a nice bit of your end game. But one of the big things this deck is trying to assemble is Zada Hedron Rider with Aerial Boost. This 2-card combo can just kill your opponents out of nowhere. We have seen Autumn steal a game that was looking pretty rough there in round 2, and this aggressive deck might pose some problems for Costa de Porn on the other side.
All right, so round number 3, it's all about the 2-0s transitioning to 3-0 to be in the perfect place. We're going to be in the company of Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe. At the end of round 3, as we head into Standard, Maria will be back in her rightful seat, which means it's time for me to head backstage to my day job, which is as producer of this show. And there are so many great people back there, 50 people and more, bringing you all the action all day long over the weekend under the wisdom and guidance of exec producer Greg Collins. But be kind to each other. Until we meet again, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.
Thank you, Rich, and welcome to the booth here. We got our last round to decide our winner of the pod, and this is, of course, huge, right? When you lead in your tournament with a 3-0 in draft, it means the unexpected, the part that you can't really predict, you've managed to nail it, and then, of course, you hope that you did a good job designing your standard deck from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you see kind of the records of players and what it takes to make it into the top 8, more often than not, you're looking at somebody who had a 5-1 or a 6-0 in the limited portion. So starting out with that 3-0 gives you a lot of that momentum, and of course also means that you only need to pick up 1 more win to lock yourself into day 2.
That's right, and that is what our 2 players in the main feature match are going to be duking it out for here. You see 2 of the spicier ones. You know, we saw Autumn Burchett pull out a crazy victory there in that last round. And Nanthakorn goes to the porn on the other side. It's funny, you start to browse the deck list and you're like, all right, green, white, okay, there's some tokeny stuff. And then it just kind of goes, you know, and all of a sudden you see Invasion of Alara in there. You see 2 copies of Galta and Mavrin. And the deck actually has a ramp/fixing sub-theme that allows it to go very, very big, as we saw it did in round 1 versus Reed.
Yeah. I will note, though, it does look like you look at some of those gold cards in Nanthakorn's deck, and you're like, oh, wow, he's going kind of nuts. But only has a couple of cards that are other colors. For the most part, you saw that in the last round, too. He just carved out and beat people down with just that solid green-white, kind of that solid green-white base. And then, of course, once you get to 7 mana,
and in his deck, that actually happens quite consistently.
Yeah, 2
of them. Doesn't hurt. See one of the key cards here for Nanthakorn. He's got his important tracker, and this is the type of card that can help him ramp. And then in his deck, it actually does help him fix as well, particularly if you see Blighted Burgeoning. Wow, no 2-drop here from Autumn. Just going to pass the turn back over.
Yeah, that is rough, because when you are playing this red-white strategy, you absolutely need to curve out, because you're not. Most of the time, it's going to be hard to overpower other decks in the late game.
See, for once, Nanthakorn's actually going to kind of hope that Autumn taps out.
Oh, and this is going to be brutal.
Favor.
If Autumn goes Harried Artisan, attack you, you can go block, Fertilid's Favor, put 2 counters, kill the 2/3, and put a land into play.
出一个连击人，闭着眼睛找地，找2个白。不用，可以找一个白，再加一个什么颜色随便。
Full value, but at least find a clean window for Fertilid's Favor to get resolved.
可是如果想要拼一点下河带一只3/3的话， 要摸一块白才行。
Currently sitting on 5 mana available. With the land drop here, that would be number 6. And then next turn, we could see the big dino hit.
Oh,
there's a Plains to suggest
摊到底
one more land here.
最摊的那边。
That incredible 7-drop into play.
Yeah, you see a little bit of the downside to the splashing here.
居然不是这样子打了升3只，升3/3哦。
From the get-go, and couldn't cast it until all the way here, turn 4, because that swamp.
Right. Yeah. It's not free, right? Nanticorn does have the kind of, when you math out, how many sources do I need to cast all my spells? He kind of has it, but that'll also delay you in casting some of those spells, right? You go, okay, well, I have 5 planes in my deck, but I have a burgeoning, I have a fertile its favor, I'll eventually get there. But that, of course, means you're giving up percentage points to play that brawler. Oh,
this is
one of my favorite cards in the format here, Marshall.
Me too. Invasion of Zendikar comes down, and this is one of those that hits the real sweet spot. Right? This has a meaningful effect on the board right now. As you can see, it's going to set up Nanticorn to be able to cast that Galta and Mavra next turn. Also, cast any card in his deck. Right. Thanks to getting the other 2 basic land types there. But also you have to judge a battle based on what it turns into. And this one turns into a very solid creature. A 4/4 haste, which usually doesn't matter. But it can make mana. It is a good card that you want onto the battlefield, and he is going to attack it right now.
Looks like just going to choose to use the tracker's ability to remove a counter.
没有打算换的意思。
Okay.
And so 2 turns away from playing it. But that's really another nice thing. How much defense these battles have is extremely important, right?
It is.
And when you look at something like Invasion of Zendikar, you're looking at just 3. It's so cheap. It's so easy to flip.
It is.
And that's the difference, because there are other battles that look like they'd be really powerful if you can flip it, but they have a defense of 5, defense of 6. And those are cards that are actually not the types of cards that you want in your deck a lot of the time.
Yeah, 4 is the baseline, and if you see anything above that, it's a lot more than you think.
Right.
But it goes the other way too. 3 is significant. It's often 1 attack, right? It can just be 1 single attack that can get it transformed. That's very difficult with 4.
Pick up. 先出一个连击人。
So this is a potential big attack this turn here from Autumn.
Yeah, Autumn's deciding what to do with the backup ability on the Scald here.
You put it there that you can attack with both creatures, but of course you also have to be mindful of the fact that there is an Invasion of Zendikar in play. So how many creatures do you want to attack with? Do you just attack with 1 to make sure you have enough blockers?
Right.
But there's also that inevitability because you know that there's a tracker in play. So within 2 turns, that Zendikar is going to flip.
By the way, all of Autumn's creatures have double strike attack.
That is true. That is true.
I have not seen that before, although that will fade away for the Harrier. But we're going to see a massive play here from Nanticorn.
Oh, yes.
As he's got Galta and Mavrin, and there it is on the battlefield.
没错。
That Autumn checked
可是这边打
no mana available, only 1 creature back, and
这边打好像没有特别赚呢。
This Invasion of Zendikar get transformed in addition to some damage.
全打战迪卡。
Couple of things you can do here. If you want,
全打传寄生2只。
Flip the Avenger of Zendikar, attack with both creatures, right? And then perhaps make 2 1/1 lifelink tokens. That is an option here. Because there's a 3/2 double striker in play, you don't have a great attack with the creatures that you have right now.
打出去又送一只好亏哦。
Now, Nanticorn has to think about, of course, what kind of removal spells Autumn could have here.
And, you know, I'll tell you, if I'm Nanticorn, I'm 100% thinking about aerial boost as well.
Right.
Like, I don't want to lose.
Sure. Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Wow, okay.
直接换人哦。
That's some respect. Not even a single attack?
Yeah, and Autumn very patient with that Realm Breaker's Grasp. Very, very juicy target here. Get that 12/12 Trampler out of the way.
对，看，可是这边贴下去，你还是很痛苦，还是很痛苦。说实在的。
Nanticorn sitting back. It's got a 3/3 and a 2/2.
因为那个触发异能还是会不断的给你
It will prevent the Galta from attacking, but the triggered abilities from Galta will still happen. So you certainly a great way to deal with the Galta that's in play, but if you attack with other creatures, you still have the ability to make a big trampling creature or some X/1/1 tokens.
12/12还是要解啦，不解不行啊。
Nanticorn able to deploy the ramp fixing game plan even into a big card, but once again we see the relative lack of removal hurting Nanticorn. This is going to be Invasion of Mercadia. Just get rid of the planes. This is another angle on battles as well, Paul. We talked about how much defense they have and what you get on the other side. But there's a few of them that only cost 2 mana, and that's a game changer too. Most of them cost 4 or 5.
And for this one, it's one of those, hey, this card just it's just a fine card to play in most decks, right? We're looking at, you know, this Tormenting Voice is a card that's existed previously where it's not the best card, but you'll play it in some decks just to filter. And you get that effect. And then there's that bonus, right?
You just get this
it's
huge
all
bonus.
upside.
Yeah, really great card.
这边强势要一张牌，还是
Looks like the Fearless Scald is deciding whether to rumble, and if so, in what direction.
Looks like we want a creature here.
Yeah, no obvious blocks here for Nanthacorn. You would prefer to go for a double block if you knew everything, but that isn't even great for you.
Right. There's just, I mean, you can just put the Brawler in front of
it. Oh.
I mean, this is the best block.
Yep.
Like assuming no tricks.
This will kill both of the creatures.
Yes.
那就是全家换掉，什么事情都不会发生。
Can then remove a counter, but still 1 short.
Well, it's a sorcery speed, so.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. No, Nanthacorn has work to do, no doubt about it. I think what Nanthacorn's thinking is that the Fearless Scald is a way that he can get kind of cheesed out, right? Just like, oh, you're dead, you know.
Remember, Autumn also has multiple copies of Aerial Boosts.
Exactly. Terrifying card.
I mean, Nanthacorn has nothing now, right?
That does seem to be the case, Paul.
Okay, needs to find something
It just needs to find a couple of creatures, really.
Something big?
来一点东西，有没有2张地？我很遗憾。
Yeah, Galton number 2 would be great. Invasion of Alara would be amazing. Oh, he's just passed the turn back, though.
He's got a pair of lands.
This could fall apart very quickly here.
到地啦！救命
I
啊！
wouldn't be surprised to see
9张地5块料，到底是要怎么打？
Try to get Invasion of Mercadia transformed. In addition to piling on some damage, the one archetype in the format that really has to make the big decisions on whether to attack battles is the one she's playing. Most of the others are like,
我觉得圈姐本来就是会赢的，但是
this is the one where it's
对
like
这
I may
个
be
暴
able to
地
just
真
kill
的
you
就
in 2
是
turns.
完全没什么想法了。
Yeah, the question is,
especially with this.
Do you even attack the battle, or do you just?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
this is going to be transform the Dune
11
Shaper,
damage.
and by the way, the new guy has haste too.
Yeah, so this is 11 damage.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
1 short. Perhaps kill the invasion and deal 7.
全打剩1。
And Nanthacorn doesn't have any sweepers next turn.
然后呢？
That's an additional attack.
不用全打，人就差不多要没了。
Like, it might actually just be better to just put you to 1 and say you have to block 4 things next turn.
Yeah. Get you to 1.
Yeah, I like it. That's what I would do too.
剩1
Because you don't care about Galton Maverick. You know, realistically, even Invasion of Alara wouldn't be enough. Oh yeah, and that's going to be a scoop there. So, game number 1. Boy, there was a window there for Nanthacorn to top deck something huge, and he didn't hit it.
Okay,
and the constant
第二
pressure
把
from Autumn Burchett way
哦，
too
第二
much
把手牌看起来好很
to
多。
handle.
I mean, those double strikers are really, really annoying, especially if your deck kind of lacks removal.
Definitely.
And Nanthacorn, again, also doesn't have a whole lot of removal. A lot of great cards at the top of the curve, but
这边是要先出22呢，还是先出
does have Cosmic Hunger
码头？先出了码头 ，OK。
Ooh, and look at this curve here from Autumn. We have
下一回出
the
4，
signpost uncommon of the set
可以
here.
出2+2。
The Mirror Shield Hoplite. And this card, if you just play a couple of backup spells, it can get out of hand real fast.
This is a reason to
这
play
个
red
很
white.
强的
I'll
backup
be
牌。
honest, there's not a lot of reasons to play red white, but that Mirror Shield Hoplite,
Absolutely.
that is one of them.
2颗。 然
Nice
后
little curve
呢？
out here for Nanthacorn.
And I wonder if Nanthacorn's going to fire off the Hunger immediately. Or wait.
You got your
早点
answer
杀一
really
杀
well. Cosmic Hunger.
早点
right
杀一
now.
杀，
And
确
it's
实
like, you guarantee you that's the correct decision.
危险啦，危险。
You can nab a backup counter sometimes by waiting.
Yeah.
But my goodness, if you get aerial boosted,
right. Yeah, that is the disaster situation, for sure.
All right, there's a Harried Artisan coming in, down to 19.
Nontacorn's hand is pretty nice there. Tangled Skyline, adding a counter to the brawler, gaining 5, and now all your incubate tokens will also have reach, so these artisans, even when they transform, won't be that effective.
That's really strong. Wow, Tangled Skyline, which I believe he has 2 of, is really a card that Autumn does not want to see on the other side. You know, again, we've talked a lot about aerial boost, especially in Autumn's build. Very scary, easy way to end the game.
这边被 ramp 起来了，全解难打了。
Like already, there's a 5/5 that will be awoken soon. Even one more of them, and it's just that doesn't do anything anymore.
My red-white deck just goes, well, how can I actually even get you? Now all your creatures have reach. I mean, just a 5/5 with reach is so hard.
So big, and then you're throwing in a life gain of 5. Like that is a game changer too in a red-white deck that's trying to sort of eke over the finish line.
Right.
4点，先攻人。 Back up 打3。哦，
Things have gone really well for Nontacorn so far in this game, no doubt about it. Red Cap Heel Slasher.
Back up 自己可以挡拳，但是
but
挡不住那一个个。
strike doesn't look so great on this board.
这边冲啊！
Transformation here for
还是直接斗掉，直接斗掉打8也不错。
And you can also play.
打9。
No land here, so cannot play the Converter Beast.
Oh,
all right, we're in a
look
racing
at this.
situation. I mean, given the fact that Nontacorn has the Cosmic Hunger in hand, can feel pretty okay about about this situation.
That's right. The brawler has trample.
你敢挡吗?
Go ahead and make this attack, and even if the obvious block happens, you can just use Cosmic Hunger and not give up any damage. And that's what's happening right now.
Oh, right, scroll shift your skyline, put a counter.
That's really nasty.
Wow.
That is really nasty, Nontacorn.
吃这个招真的是没什么想法，然后再补5滴。抽一张，有地吗？
5 more life, a free +1/+1 counter, which by the way wins combat, and an extra 5/5 reach to boot.
That is gross.
That was
哇，这样子好像没什么救了呢。下个5544冲出来。
Your opponent has bigger creatures, is at 27. I mean,
what percentage of the field would scoop right here? Like at least 20, right?
I mean, if I was
先手真的太顺了，真的太顺了。
At the Pro Tour, probably have to play it out, right? But
you wouldn't be happy about having
第3把
if you're in autumn seat, because
看起来是要走进第3把，第3把。
to win.
第3把秋人姐先攻，还很难说。
And your opponent's at 27 life just doesn't add up. And
就红白先攻还是优势很大。
Tangled Skyline, we've already seen it twice in this game, like it got blinked, but there is another in the list too.
还是优势很大。
Yeah, this card definitely has kind of overperformed.
Definitely.
Going in, because when you first look at it, you go, well, I'm tapping out, and I don't put a permanent in play that can block right away. So perhaps I can get run over, but that's why that 5 life is there, right? It gives you that time, and then it becomes so difficult to attack once you untap.
And I mean, look at this. Autumn is forced to just start using removal spells on the 5/5 Phyrexians. Not where you want to be. Right? And by the way, the scroll shift was out of the sideboard ball.
Okay.
So nice from Nontacorn, also making it extremely difficult for Autumn to try to figure out what's there. Uh-oh, what's happening now?
I don't know. He's excited though.
You know, I can see that. By the way, he's tapping. Is it just a Converter Beast?
It might be a Converter Beast just to turn the Brawler into a 5/5, because now that you have a pair of 5/5s in play, you do get to play around a potential aerial boost that Autumn can have. So.
再一个，再放一个，2只打。
The heavy hitters.
揍了你不要的。
She lasted longer than most, I would say. that was an absolute avalanche.
Game 3.
Board presence, life total, card advantage.
Getting it done.
Wow. Game number 3 coming up between these two. I'll remind you that they are playing for the pod. So whoever wins this will come away with the 3-0.
Hunger for Skyline.
Looks like Autumn's on 7, and you can see not the corn mulligan to 6.
还行的手牌
right? You know, Autumn has a clean 2-color deck. Not the corn has some ambitious splashing in there. You're gonna have to.
球员节奏挺好的，2回3回。
Really, kind of sketchy hand here, right? Doesn't do anything until what turn?
就是码头。
Didn't see the tracker in hand.
So that
changes things a lot.
That does change things because of invasion of Zendikar. That's right.
杀不杀
Is that a spell spear to kick things off?
是还能不杀的吗
Here from Autumn Burchett. Back over to you. Good curve out to start things off for Autumn.
Good curve. Now Northcorn is going to take
来
another big
有没有
hit
2+2
He's going to be able to go invasion of Zendikar, and then next turn follow that up with this tangled skyline, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
and he's going to lean on that skyline to try to get him back, but Autumn may be able to find a window. You know, this skyline effectively, whenever it hits the board, will negate, for example, this next attack that's going to come in. And then the dust will settle, and we'll see where we're at. Because this is a very good start for Autumn, as Nanthakorn has more or less taken the first 2 turns off, right? Like no blocking, no removal, nothing
没
like
什么好
that.
想的，
If Autumn can find one
就是
of
往前
her
冲。
halberds, that would be great here, right? Just to put in a lot of extra damage.
Halberd would be sweet.
But did find a Bola Slinger. That's great because the Bola Slinger not only taps creatures, but it can also tap artifacts. So you can tap that 5/5 incubate token even before it's been transformed and not have to worry about that being blocked.
先攻，
So
还行
right
还
now
行
it's just a question， of
还在
whether
节
or
奏
not
上。
Nanthakorn can stabilize. He's got some action in hand.
This feels like a very close, like in a turn or two, we're going to have a clash that's going to decide who wins.
Right, because because Nanthakorn this turn has the ability to make a 5/5, and then next turn has the ability to untap and then play a Cosmic Hunger to get another creature off the battlefield. The question is, will he be able to survive?
Will he be alive at that point? And also, you know, if you're on Autumn's side of the
打
battlefield, can she pile enough damage on in time?
打6
Or does she find a key
打6
removal
或打
spell
5
or a key way to just
选择打
keep things
6
at bay?
13，
Down to 13.
这边补58，
Cards in hand says
18要再
Nanthakorn.
吃一
3
拳
of。them. Okay, back to me.
Right.
There's land number 6 now. And we're going to see the Tangled Skyline.
Up to 18, and
18剩一只
Autumn's only
5
play next turn is going to be to play the Bola Slinger.
这边被迫变成一定要下特兵打1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9，
So Nanthakorn will
极
still
限
have
打
that 5/5
9
in play, and on
胜
the
9，
following turn can untap,
然
kill that
后
Bola Slinger,
下一回
and then
合
I don't know right now if Autumn
唱
even
不
has
2
a way to
只
get through that
或者是
5/5.
这边就直接
That's
唱
the
不
real
上去
question.。
也不是没有可能。对，特兵。
I just shudder whenever I see the Bola Slinger.
Oh, man, I just realized next turn can be pretty savage here for Nanthakorn, because if you think about it, Autumn knows that as the aggressor, she's going to need to be attacking this turn, right? You're putting on a counter, you're getting in for 9, which is a significant amount of damage. But however, Nanthakorn next turn can transform the 5/5, kill the Slinger, then flip the invasion as well. So going to have a 4/4 and a 5/5.
Ooh.
So we'll have a 4/4 in play.
He also can chump with the Portent Tracker here.
应该还是要 chump 一
and
拳。
still
And
transform
look,
into
he's
a
like, I got
5/5.
all the mana in the world, so I'm good here.
Yeah, so just soak up 4 damage here.
I take 6.
And you can see why, right? He knows that life total preservation is absolutely key right now.
那翻过来，
So this thing's going to become a 5/5 Phyrexian. This is very close.
Wow.
Oh, there's Galton Mavrin. Now, where are we at? Where's the Portent Tracker?
No, I see 2 plains and 2 forests with an island in hand. I think we are good. If that's the direction Nanthakorn wanted to go, you can choose to make 5 1/1 life-linking tokens here, right?
Make 1.
Oh, is it 1?
Yeah. It's
number of attacking, excuse me. It's either make a giant token or how many creatures you have.
有没有机会？
You know, I think
1 token
I
with
think I might.
lifelink.
I might still
如果
favor
打
You get a 4-4
打
and a 1-1.
两只巫
right, but the question is, do
两只
you
巫
still
打
just
掉
want to get the slinger off the
I
battlefield
would.
now?
然后
and
升一
make the
只
4-4.
44，一只12， tab 一
Now,
只
interesting
12
thing
12，
is, had he kept the tracker
然
back,
后
you
打
could have been
1
able to, I think, also played the
哦
Galta.
特兵好危险哦。
Oh, interesting.
Right, because you have 7 lands in play. If you flip the invasion, that's an extra mana source, and then the tracker would be an extra one to play both
True.
Galta and the Cosmic Hunger. I mean, there's not much difference here between having a 5-5 and a 4-4 in play.
And it
so
gets you
it
further
feels
ahead.
basically free
Yes.
to be able to flip this invasion.
Autumn's down to just 2 cards in hand. Not the Corn does not know what they are.
要就是拍恐龙打嘛
We do, but they're not impressive.
要就是
Those are
正
not the types of
正
cards that are
组
going
回
to
合
close out the
正
game
解。
next turn.
我觉得拍恐龙好像比较好。选择了让过。
Okay.
Not the Corn says go. He had a good think there.
Yeah.
And ultimately just decided to say go.
So I wonder.
I would like to move to the Claripax.
Okay.
先把特兵斗掉。
Okay. So now just keeping the 5-5 back here and making it so that it's going to be very difficult for Autumn to attack.
Sure. I mean, this had to be part of the equation.
Yeah.
The question is
but you could have had a 4-4, right? If you just did it on the previous turn.
this is a huge relief for Not the Corn, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, the real question is why not
have a,
get in there and get that 4-4
versus a 5-5 when the board is 3-4, 3-2, and 3-3.
Right. So the aerial boost
Still
applies
attacks
evenly.
through.
Right.
Yeah. And now you don't really have a great way to flip this invasion.
Yeah, and a couple, like with Galta on the battlefield, now you can start looking at flipping invasions, but
I mean, you can see, look, there's no Bola Slinger, and you're going to slam a Galta this turn, right? So, and if you wanted, you can play the
其实刚刚他可以两个都做。
attack with the 5-5 and make another 5-5 trampling attacker.
Yes.
Decent shot to flip that invasion then, right?
对啊，刚刚如果出恐龙打掉，翻过来硬杀。 还有一只12顶着，
it's just so
不过
similar
也
to
还
the
行
board that
啦
he has anyway.
Absolutely.
防什么防大部分
Probably
月，
just do it. There it is, Galta and Maverick on the
没错，
battlefield.
来了
Resolves.
站街，冲
And
啊
this is where the tipping point comes, because if Autumn Burchett can handle this, she's going to win. But if not, it is going to be Nonthecorn who picks up the pod victory here. And finally, they're coming in.
And this is going directly to the face. I mean, to be fair, you got a 12-12 trampler next turn.
True.
Right? You're like, look, I'm just getting in. If you don't block, you go down to 10. This Galta's probably lethal.
That's pretty
All right.
sweet. The question I have is there a window
刚刚
for
上
a
回
top
打的
deck
不是很
removal
好，
spell
有
for
点小可
Galta
惜。
to upend this plan?
Yeah. I mean, if you're on Autumn's side,
You're certainly considering just taking it, right?
Right,
Like,
you take it now. If you draw, what happens if you draw a grasp here? Is this a lethal attack? Is it one
can't
short?
be. It can't
It's
be.
one short, I think.
Yeah.
Nonthecorn's at 12, and we're looking at
1、2、
11
3、4、
power.
5、6、7、8、9、10、11，长攻
Autumn's side of the
11
battlefield,。So
就算
once
抓
you-
和
even
平
if
主
she
也不会
did top
死。
deck a Realm Breaker's Grasp. Now, Nonthecorn also has the answer for that, because in his hand
哇，
is
恐龙要赢了，不愧是恐龙，恐龙真的好强。
that kaboom.
Yeah, and Autumn's got just some lands in hand, so I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be it here.
Yeah, I just don't see how she can
恐龙真的好
withstand the attack
强。
that's coming next turn, especially with what we've seen from Nonthecorn. And there it is,
哎，
Nonthecorn
死了，
takes
直
it
接不打了。
down, 3-0s the pod, defeating 2
没错啦。现在的新人上来就是先干2个名人堂，干2个那个 PT 冠军。
This is not his first pro tour. He's got a top 8 at Grand Prix Beijing in 2013. He's been playing for at least 10 years.
Yeah,
right?
Rich said at the news desk that he played in the
2012 World Magic Cup
for Thailand as well. So definitely not new to the scene, but still, come on, you got to beat Autumn and Reed in your opening pot. And by the way, he called the shot too. We asked him who he wanted to play in his player survey, and he said Reed Duke. He got Reed Duke very first match, just ran him over with Galtas and didn't look back.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot easier when you have a pair of them to rely on, and you just saw the power level of that card just completely crush all of his opponents.
That's right. And when you say power level, that's a lot of power. It's a lot of toughness too. Great job for Not the Corn. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have Eli Loveman versus Ely Cassis. Don't go anywhere.
我们把轮抽看完就关台吧，看一下这个看一下这个切回来。
And welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we're wrapping up the draft rounds here. We're in the 3rd round of action. And of course, that means that players are playing for their pod victory to secure that 3-0.
来看一下哪些
桌
长。
But only one can escape with the coveted 3-0. And we've got 2 players who rather like their decks somehow at the same pod, having drafted similar. Both sharing black, I believe, and then one of them's with red, and then the other one's with blue. Ely Cassis on the right-hand side of your screen there, drafted blue-black here. Eli Loveman, again, PT champs across the board once again. And yeah, they are facing off. We're actually going to join them as they enter the 3rd game.
来看一下另一桌的桌长。
And we're just taking a quick look at the deck list here, and Ely Cassis has a extremely nice list here.
Yeah, and I mean, you heard Cedric touch on it earlier. Ely believes this is the best deck he's ever drafted at the Pro Tour. So I'm really excited to see what he's got here.
I am too. The headliner is he has a Hoarding Broodlord.
One of the best rares in the set.
That's
sure.
a very, very good one. And then it looks like he surrounded it with just really powerful, solid, 2 deadly derision, like the kind of stuff that you want to see surrounding a big bomb like that.
So just classic blue-black control deck here from Ely's side.
Yeah, Eli Loveman on the bottom, however, it looks like he's mulliganed to 6 here for our Game 3 decider. He's got a Paretic Prankster on the battlefield.
下面有写调度哎，真好。来，出仔打21。
Etherblade Agent though for Cassis. It always feels a little bit of a bummer to trade it off with something that also has 1 toughness, but
yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't be shocked if he did here. Let's see what he wants to do. Yeah.
Given that you just kind of want to minimize the damage, I imagine if you're a blue-black deck, you just kind of want to get to the late game. Ooh.
It also gets annoying later on because if they do transform it, you know, and you don't have stuff just sort of laying around that you're okay with it dying, then it can be pretty annoying. That's a bloated processor there, though, for Loveman.
But a good answer here.
Stasis field.
Stasis field. Now, however, stasis field, effective at what you need it to do, but when you're playing against red-black specifically, it's the sacrifice colors, right? So this still leaves a permanent on the battlefield for Eli to do something with if he wants, right?
Oh. 大家都归着打，归着打。这第10块地来也是慢地实在太尴尬了。哇哦，有 breach。
Is that a behold? That looks like a behold.
哇，那看起来像是一个要各种大招连发的。哦，能够理解为什么他说他 deck 很强。看起来是真的很强呢。有杀有大招有可以那个挖回来再用一次，看那个2次做完大概人就没了。
There's my guy, the Skittering Surveyor. This is interesting, though. Like, Millionaire Breach is a big deal.
Right. But
like, it's hard to get back. You can, like, Halo Forager it back. I don't think he has one, though.
Yeah, but he's got a couple of Scobs in his deck. Halo Charge Scobs, so you get that back, play that, then you get the Breach. So when you're playing the blue-black deck, oftentimes you do have ways to recur both spells and creatures. If you have something like a Breach, that's when all of a sudden the value of something like Halo Charge Scobs is much, much higher, right? Because you're like, I'm going to be rebuying these expensive sorceries. Even getting back a Derision feels pretty good.
Yeah, when you play that card without the big juicy target, you're like, this is close but not quite there.
Yeah,
and when you
5
have
mana,
that,
4/4.
It's like, all right, I'm in. You saw Deadly Derision.
好，钓不到。
Sniping a creature just a minute ago.
Is this does not feel especially great. I think is that a traumatic revelation on a Ichor Drinker?
他一定要钓吗？可不可以直接辅御伞啊
That is the only target. He could just say no, though. He may just opt for the.
Probably just going to incubate here.
Make an incubation. Yeah.
嗯，选择直接辅御伞。
Because that would feel really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's arguably an upgrade.
给兵打。
I'm just enjoying all the creatures on
Early
side.
杀一下，杀一下。
Right? They all just kind of net you a card.
Loveman's leaving his cards revealed because he knows them anyway.
Right.
And you can see that he's not going to keep taking hits in the air from the aerialist.
哦，黑半神。
Timoret?
Yeah, Timoret.
That could do some work here. Particularly with the interactions that you were talking about a minute ago, Paul, with buying back your spells and things from the yard.
At its best against kind of
比较烂的
black decks, or particularly even the blue-black decks, because those decks typically have ways to recur creatures and spells out of the graveyard, right?
比较烂的3拿1。
Being able to have something on board that deals with Unsealed and Necropolis, very strong.
还行吧，打这个屠杀王3/3还是能过得去。
Wow.
Geez, he is not short of power level here. There's Invasion of Amonkhet. Many people consider that the mythic uncommon for the set.
Yeah, it's got to be the best uncommon in the set.
Yeah,
那就磨3张，然后你对手7张，你抽1张。
But the backside's really
没错，把这个丢掉。所以这个挂在手上应该是已经上前200有吃过这个。
The Invasion of Amonkhet, as you can see here on the flip side, if you do get to transform it and play it. When you do it, it doesn't actually target. Right. So even though there's a Timoret in play, so Timoret needs to remove all creatures in the graveyard, or else you will be able to copy something that's in the yard.
Yeah, and even if you can't, you still get a 4/4.
Right.
So it's like it really only needs to resolve
还有
anything
3
that
颗，
has like a
还有
relevant
1颗
ETB or
给你啦。
stat, activated ability or whatever.
Exactly.
I mean, kind of every creature has that now.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had just some vanilla creatures.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, some are much different than others.
这个很危险哎，他那个等一下回来抠那个4/4，然后再把那个再上去。
This is not going well for Eli Loveman.
No.
He has had every
没错，赶快把他移了。
so far. Timret
屠
still
杀
hanging
王
around on the battlefield, but isn't able to
快把分场给移
push any
了
damage through or anything
救
along
命
those
啊
lines. He is starting to go to work on the graveyards, however.
Yeah, you got that Timbered in play.
You can exile any cards you want with Timret, but the creatures gain you life.
Yeah, and doing something like this tells me that there's probably no Unsealed Necropolis in Eli's
Loveman,
deck,
yeah.
right? Because he's just removing creatures in your graveyard, so often that will be, given his life total, it's not really at risk. So it tells me that there's probably just a good shot he doesn't have a way to recur creatures out of his yard.
Yeah, he doesn't have any unseals, you're correct.
And of course, you also want to just remove all the creatures because of the invasion of Advocate.
这个传记好像不是很急的感觉。
So
and here's a big decision now for Loveman. The Timret only has 3 toughness right now, and it's a 3/3 coming across.
Right, but
are you really going to chump?
Yeah, are you going to chump, or just give your opponent a 4/4, right?
Yeah.
That still also doesn't feel particularly great.
Doesn't feel nice, but it has to be better than just throwing away a creature because he's just going to take it out next turn anyway.
Yeah, I mean he does have that O2 bloated processor that he could just
chump there, sure.
OK， 不挡，
All right,
传
well,
过来
it looks like Loveman says,
就
all
是一
right,
只
this
士
is the
士，
window where I
对，
have your
就是一只
the graveyard's
花了
depleted.
6点攻击力，
And so
变出
I
一只
will
4点
allow
攻
you,
击力
but
的。
still 4/4s matter.
right. I mean Ely just has the better. Excuse me. Yeah, Ely just has the better board here.
Oh yeah, they got us good on this one.
Right. I mean, whoever wins this, if there's ever a mirror, it'll be a battle of whoever won this match, right?
They win the name
right,
fight
they win
too?
the name fight.
I like that. Oracle of Tragedy here for
直接怒洗3张，妈！
And as you can see, he's got some choices.
I'm wondering, I came this in, I say trigger, he says sure. You have to choose the mode, have to choose before I say trigger, or like when
The cards. He's asking if he has to pick what cards.
你应该要先选择模式。
When, so usually when a triggered ability goes on the stack, if it has targets, you choose targets at that time. That should be what's happening here.
Right, but the second mode on Oracle of Tragedy still has you target 4 cards.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
yeah.
right. So you still have the opportunity to get those cards if you want. But I imagine Ely was just going to loot it here anyway.
Yeah, he was going to ask because if there was
因为洗
a
3
way
张
that
会
he
被
could
屠
get
杀
around
王
Timret and actually shuffle in
以光，
something
所
the
以
breach or whatever, then he would have. But you know, he knew that probably wasn't what was going to happen. Speaking of the breach,
right?
Timret just had it for lunch. So
you are not getting recurred in any way here.
yeah, this is an interesting dance because Eli Loveman is, you know, that Timret is kind of working on a lot of the long-term game plans for Eli Cassis, but he's also just get ran over. Like he is behind on board.
I mean, there's just a 4/4 and a 3/3 here on the battlefield. Needs to find some way to get in the Wade, which
he does have Devil Derision, as you can see, sitting in his hand, kind of waiting.
Right, but this the
屁股也
trigger on
涨
the
上来了，
Ricochet
变
is not on
24了，
sacrifice is at the end of your turn.
看起
So
来
there
还
won't be
要
any
打很久
surprise
哦。
block add a counter onto the Ricochet. But with the Derision in Eli's hand, might want to just fire it off on the 4/4 here.
Stop.
no block. 23 to 25.
But Eli showing some patience here.
Yeah, he's like, you know what, I gained a bunch of life. It's just his 4/4. Like, there's no big disaster here. There's no battles getting
哇
7.
，1、2、3、4、5、6、7，不会有第2张 bridge 吧？
Oh,
the Broody boy, there he is.
去死去死！
Trigger
快死快快去
there is a
死！
trigger.
All right, but
he can get anything he wants.
Yeah, still down a card, and Eli now gets to get the 3rd best card in his deck, right?
Yeah, it's getting interesting though because this has
进
meant
场丢3张。
that his 2 best cards have been cleanly dealt with, and he does have a very controlling deck.
Do you just get a removal spell?
You do start to wonder.
Yeah.
Does he have enough firepower?
Right.
Like another good block.
不就还好，刚刚没有，刚还不就还好，屠杀王把那个 bridge 移掉，不然整天给你这边挖来挖去就饱了。
Timret has been absolutely absurd this game.
And I'm wondering.
Traumatic Revelation, you. What did you get?
What did you get? If it's just a removal spell, it's not too bad.
Yeah, was it a Derision maybe?
哇，马上抽一张掉。
Did he get something?
Incubators.
Oh no, chose to make a 3. So now there's a 3/3 here.
好，这边。
So I guess he showed him, but we didn't get to see.
Right.
看来是掏了一张杀出来啊。这边把屠杀王杀掉，
just choose to sacrifice a treasure just to turn the shade into a 3/4
就很难防守
Yeah,
喽。
Chat's correct that the card that he took stays exiled. Is
直接
does Ely
吃
have
为
no
了
cards
放
in
颗
hand at all?，
这样就是4-4
He must just be on
3-4，
0.
Must be.
至少
Yep, and
还
did
能打
sacrifice the treasure here. So now we're looking at a 3/4 and a 3/3.
Yeah, so
as
he's just making up a
blockers.
bunch of blockers. Like,
Right.
like this is the point for me where I'm like
这边
trying not to let you know that I'm trying to
赶
figure
快
out how
杀
many cards
屠
are
杀
in your
王吗？
library.
屠杀王好像不是那么
But
重
I
要
want
了
to know how many cards are in
杀
your
了
library.
Right,
3-4，
and Ely's been the one who's been doing a little more
杀掉
digging here.
3-4，阻止他继续长大。
Definitely.
So
阻止他继续长大应该比较好。
hard to find a great attack.
Okay, Corey's in the chat and says that he did show at least
这
a
样
card
打
off camera, but
4-4打
Eli decided not to take it. Again, that card that you see over
这
on
样
the
是
far right that's face down
两
is
个
the
token 会
exile
挡
card
上
from
来
the
吧
Brood Lord. It will stay there until Cassis decides to play it.
Got it, got it.
He has 3 cards in hand, says
全家上去挡
our
吗？
intrepid sideline reporter currently, Corey Bameister. Thanks, Corey.
这样挡，
But he didn't take any of them,
right?
Either because he couldn't or chose not to.
Do you go for a double? And if that's a deadly derision, that's pretty rough.
这样挡好奇怪哦。那就把3-4撞掉啊。
Also make a
is it getting better?
You could make a 3/3 too, right?
Yes.
And put all 3 creatures in front of it to play around the derision.
That's true.
Yeah, I
That
don't know.
does look like it's a derision.
I wonder why he's keeping up the mana here.
Well, he's going to take out Timoret.
Okay.
Boy, but you got to feel like the damage from Timoret's been done.
Yeah.
I know that on board it didn't look like it was doing much.
哇，
but
这样
that's
子
like
看起来要
Ely
爆
Cassis
开
have
了呢。
inevitability.
Right.
They have
把
the
屠杀王
ability
杀
to
了
get，
然后这边
back
两个
their
换
best
掉。
stuff and kill you with it over and over again.
Yeah, remember now, I mean, if the Oracle dies, Ely can shuffle some of the impactful spells that he still has in his graveyard back into his deck.
Yeah, I wonder if Loveman was targeting first, of course, the most obvious stuff, but then even the
还有
more
办
expensive
法
stuff for the Oracle,
哦，
like to reduce its number.
各
of
种
targets
招
or
哎
whatever.。
哦，没错。
Oh, Halo charge.
Oh.
Scob.
大家
This
磨
is
2
everybody
张，
milling 2 cards.
That's a Judith? No.
然后再把 Battle 放回去。
16 and 9.
16 and 9.
Because these decks thrive off of that inevitability.
Right.
Like one thing that we could have
应
seen
该还是
here
把 Battle 放回
if
去
it
吧
weren't for Timoret,
因为这个
right, is to
4-4
get
死了
back
之后
breach.
就可以
You just
再把它
cast
拿
it with
回
your
来，再
opponent's
扣
with
一
10
次，
or
再
fewer
磨2
cards,
张
and。then you're just like, oh.
So with
放
16
2
and
杀
9, even
也
if
行，
Ely
那就要再
shuffles
打得
4
更
cards
激
back
进一
in,
点。
if we're looking at a milling situation, Loveman is ahead here.
That's right.
Your turn. But I mean,
and there's a lot of incidental mill,
Right,
by the way,
exactly.
in this set.
手白，
Like, doesn't have to be a card that's designed to get
全
them.
家打。
now you can't ignore the body here, right? The Scob is still a 4/4 getting in. There's a 3/3 that's also looking to get in. Wow, and also attacking with a 2/2.
为什么
Frisky here from
1-3 不
Cassis.
打？
Blocks are going to happen. No, they're not going to happen.
Okay.
Another deadly
Which
derision.
makes a lot more sense.
1-3为什
And
么不
another
打
treasure
呀？
token. That doesn't look like it's going to play a big part here, though.
可以摸一
Trade
滴血
there,
不是吗
take 7 or just
More damage. Cast this, hit a kicker.
That's a final flourish
Sure.
there.
Okay.
So
Oh,
it still ends up being a
减6
chump block on the 3/3, but everything
全家
else
换
is
光
going to end
光
up
甚
trading
至
off.
3-3。
all right.
And
对
it
啊
is going to
那
be
这不是
5
1-3
power
吗？为什么
versus
1-3不
0.
打？
So Loveman just needs to find something of medium size.
A 4/4.
Removal spell would be fine, you know, to kill the 3/3 and then
Maybe
just
a
sort of
Gloomfang
buy-
Mauler, that would be great.
Yeah. Oh, that
这
would be really
边
good.
自摸时候看谁
He needs to
看
hang
谁
on.
排
There's
库
5
先干。
damage. Is there?
Did he
Did he
find
find something?
刚刚那1-3不打有点奇怪。
You have 9, I had. You had 8.
He has
now.
8 now.
8. And as you mentioned, Eli does not have an unseal, which is one of the ways that the red-black deck can mill.
Oh, and there it is. Merciless repurposing there for Loveman. He doesn't have quite enough mana to transform and block as well, but close enough. He's only going to take 2, and he'll have a blocker, so he is now ahead on board.
The question is, how many win conditions does Ely have left?
Like anything that can attack.
Right.
Because his heavy hitters are gone.
That's not it.
Furtive Analyst is not.
I don't know if you want to be looting here.
Well, this is one of those ones where you start to go, does it matter?
Right. And Eli's still at 23?
Yes. Yeah, that Timoret has dominated this game.
有时间去抽吗？敢抽吗？
It gave him a huge life total and took away.
不知道他们的套牌长怎样子。啊，导播怎么没有看一下？看一下这边局也好。
Because of that singular Timoret, it allowed Eli to just kind of go, chew through everything, and now I'm pretty sure Eli's just kind of on the, I'm going to try to deck you here.
And you see what's happening here. Loveman's blocking the 1/4 and not killing the Oracle because he doesn't want that shuffle to happen.
I'll take 1.
Hey, it'll get him up to 4 turns quicker of victory.
And Eli digging here. Okay.
Oh, it feels so bad.
不会让你死掉的。
Yeah, his deck is great, but needs to find a way to close it
笑
out.
死！
That was a
这个洗3张回去，这个洗3张回去是有机会让他不会 deck out 吗？
Merciless repurposing, just the perfect card there, right?
他只要有一个
get that 4/4 and then have a
来一个牺牲员，可以把自己洗回去。
Absolutely ideal.
老鼠
All right,
起
Eli's
当
going to
地。
play
Okay.
an informant, but Eli had a swamp.
All right. Getting in for 1 again.
Down to 21 goes Loveman.
Oh man.
Tough beats.
I mean,
要被自己磨爆了。哦，不是很重要的5句。对。
I don't think Eli has any interest in attacking.
可是这样可以把那个路人顶死。
And it's a slow death if you're on Eli's side. Eli's like, I know I have nothing left, right? I mean, he knows that perhaps he does, but right now he's thinking, really? This is how I'm going to go down?
This is so rough. Also, he probably has a decent idea. Like he's probably deduced what's left.
怎么死的？被自己磨死的。
How many lands do I see here? Right. Just begging for that block from Loveman, but Loveman
不
has
挡
no
啦，
interest in
不
it
挡，
whatsoever.
问就是不挡，20滴血给你打20回合，好不好？
Does Eli have any other big creatures here he can play?
I mean, even if he had like a Broodlord, it would be close. You know, like this is tough.
Tidal Terror maybe?
Yeah. Something
哇哦，来了，4/4延世。
So even flyers don't do it.
顺便敲你2点。
He didn't play it.
Got it. Didn't need it.
Nope.
但是回合数不够了。
Could have used
Could have used it here.
In fact, it would be excellent on this board with the little junkers laying around to make it unblockable.
算自己出几张料了。
But I think it's just too late now.
Jeez.
What a game. Timoret.
Eli hanging on and Timoret MVP.
Paul, you can either have Timoret or Breach plus Broodlord. I'll let you decide.
Yeah.
笑死，手机疯狂的在叫。对，这是哪一位的手机啊
Cassis passes the turn back to Loveman. He's got to feel so clever right now.
Oh!
开始揍你了，反打。
Around here, folks. I mean, there's not a lot of pressure here from Eli's side, right?
Yeah, almost 0.
This is an attack for 9.
扣啊！
We got a triple block here on the 3/3 or 4/3, excuse me.
有必要吗？
你
的压力比较大吧？
Eli to get the surveyor and the
你不是29滴血吗？真的有需要挡吗？
Probably want to keep the board clear. something else. Oh, that's another derision.
Jeez.
That's a very aggressive derision here.
Yeah, I think I would just sit, right? Like,
right?
What's the...
Wow.
He's got to be considering something.
两个牌真的是都很好哎。
Yeah.
Right.
各种杀。
I mean, he's at 29 down. I don't even know if Loveman can get this done in the time frame.
How many cards does Loveman have?
29滴血为什么要挡这一拳？
Could
好
Ely
奇怪。
potentially be holding a bunch of mill cards and play it all in one turn and somehow get Eli before he dies?
Yes.
That's something he could be trying to position.
Great point. That's
but
definitely.
When we last counted, Eli was way up on cards. So
he was 4 or 5, yeah.
And Ely's also looted a couple of times since then.
True. He would, you know, Cassis would have to do this on the absolute last turn.
Right. Like
draw his last card and go ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
That is possible, though. He had at least 2 Halo charge scobs.
要被磨干啦。
If Loveman is going to look to be this aggressive,
so he has 3, but he's playing 2.
But if
he has 2 disturbing conversion, that also mills.
Right, and remember. Okay. I was wondering how aggressive Eli was going to be.
没错，我会威
If
慑。
he was very aggressive, Ely can now block with the Oracle and shuffle 4 cards back into the deck, right?
But this is going to give menace.
Exactly.
Okay. Drag Recycler could provide a little bit of extra. Like, that's the kind of card you can win on upkeep.
Right. Is that 1 card left? 2 cards left?
Because he has to be going for this play that you described, Paul.
I feel like that's his only angle, but I'm just not sure how many mill cards he has left. That's 1 card.
剩1张牌了。
Which means Loveman has.
活得下来吗？
Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
That's a lot. 5, I think he might have been in business, but 8's a lot. And Cassis has to wait till the last turn because they mill him too.
Right.
So that's 7. Can he get 7
哦，
cards?
时间到了，想要拼脱河吗？
Has time been called? What is that? What is that die of 1?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh,
is that Rankle and Corbin?
可以双方抽一张，是不是？哦，不是，他没有，他这个没有双方抽一张。
Two unblockable creatures here, getting in. Rankle, you can attack with the trigger. You can then make your other creature deal 2 additional
先打
damage.
3，然后再打。
So this is an attack for 9.
先打3，再打1、2、3、4、5、6，打9，剩9。
Javelineer can deal 2, get him down to 7.
然后再打4， 剩 5。
Yeah, that's double trouble.
No, because that's loss of life.
That's loss of life, not damage. What he's
来，最后一张牌。
set up a victory on his own upkeep here.
Right, so now he can't get milled out.
That's right. So even if Cassis goes, okay, play 3 things, mill you, then he can just hit him with the Javelineer and then sacrifice something to the Recycler before his draw.
有没有办法抹掉这6张？
Really heads up here. So now Ely needs to find a way to mill Eli and kill the Recycler or Javelineer?
Yes, he can kill either. Man, this is... It is going to be hard to top this from my favorite game, right?
Yep. Cassis is at 5. The Javelineer won't deal 4 damage on upkeep, right?
Why is that?
Because the Rankle... Is that a permanent thing?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it real with you, Paul. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player.
是抽牌。
So you're right.
Right.
2
So
打。
that's not what's happening
So it's
here.
not what's happening, but he's very close to dead.
He is very close to dead anyway, and Cassis may also not have enough mill, have saved up enough mill to actually get the job done.
死了吗？
Cassis needs to play a convergence on one of these creatures. Maybe both.
有没有办法脱河？
And then find a way to kill his Oracle to shuffle cards back in.
That would be a thing too.
All right, so that deals with 1. This is an attack for 4, though.
3 cards left there for Loveman.
Nightmare?
Nightmare itself.
减3减3自己。
Shuffle 4 cards.
They have to be 3 or greater.
Okay.
But
so
he's
there's
got
a 3.
At least 1.
There's a I don't know if Ely has enough here.
This is awesome.
Right, and remember this is still an attack for 4 coming in, right?
With Cassis at 5 and a Drag Recycler sitting there.
And a Javelineer.
And a Javelineer sitting there.
I have 3 cards in my library.
So I think what he may be doing, this is post board, so we're not 100% sure.
有没有机会啊
There's some interesting. So he had main deck 2 copies of Moment of Truth.
Right.
He may be setting himself up here to have a very specific subset of cards as his library, and then get one of them and use it. Like, I don't know if he has enough for this, but Deadly Derision or something like that. You know what I mean? Where, like your library is only 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah.
And then you search through 3 or 4 cards.
I'm just not sure if Ely has enough here, but of course we're still not exactly sure what the last few cards, because Ely's just dead here, unless he has another piece of interaction.
Halo, Invasion, Nightmare. I got it.
Yeah, and the Scob.
对，然后他不能洗自己，所以这样不会无限。然后洗3倍以上。
A little off too, so he's actually at 4.
Okay. All right.
Which certainly changes things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now
对嘛，他刚刚回去吃了一个珍宝，所以剩4。然后这个4是他还要3拿1，是不是
Okay, there it is. Moment of truth.
来
So we're playing Doomsday now. It's just straight up.
3拿1，然后拿到杀，把拿到减3，然后把那个东西杀了。
That's just derision, I suppose.
Yeah, of course.
哇，他好像这样子来不及。他要拿到2个东西都有。
3 extra points of damage, right? So if he takes 0 this combat.
But yeah,
不对，他不管怎么样都死了，因为场面上这边杀一个，回应吃掉，剩3。
Okay, you're down to 3.
Eli giving Ely some
然后
credits.
这样就没救了，这样重置维持就死了。对啊。
I mean, at 3.
这样维持就死了。
No cards in hand.
Go, well, there's only 2 cards left in library. And there's a Halo Charge Scob, which was going to be that or the other card here.
来不及。
That mills both.
That mills 2 cards.
Yes.
But you can. This is an upkeep kill here from Eli.
Only if it's alive.
Only if it's alive.
The Javelineer.
Right, but
来不及，差2张。
Yes.
血量也不够了。
There's just no way for him to get it.
Right.
对。
Whew, close one.
血量不够了。哇哦！对，中间开始转打血，真的很精彩。
All he could handle, and I'll tell you, go back to when Eli Loveman started attacking.
Yeah.
That because you know I think a lot of people would be like, I'm going to win. You know, this is going to be fine. I don't really need to worry about.
转打血把血打干，而不是那个。
Cassis was at like 27 or whatever. I need to start going on this.
Right.
And he absolutely needed it there.
我觉得那个档还是有点小怪。
Loveman was clearly on that.
有点小怪啊，那个去3只去挡，然后吃杀爆开。
Is it me being aggressive, putting pressure on your life total so I have an extra different way to win? Or can I just naturally hope to deck you, right? And given how that game played out, I think it's possible if Loveman chose to be more patient and just keep everything back, I think Cassis could have found a way there to deck Loveman.
I think he would have beat him.
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. We've got more matches to bring you, however. We're going to bring you game, as it turns out, number 2 between Nathan Sawyer and Max McVitie.
Nathan! Is this a surprise to anybody?
Not to anybody, especially his opponent, Max McVitie. We'll see if he can take him down as we join this
没错，我
one
们还有
in
很多轮抽
progress.
可以看，
Again,
很多的库存。
The finals of
所以我们刚刚那一把打得超级久。
to try to get that 3-0 victory.
但是来看一下 Nathan 打得怎么样。
He really does. It's been years since he lost.
Well, he's down a game here.
Okay, down a game to Max McVitie. Land go.
红蓝哦，红蓝蛮少见的呢。载具。这边 纯白出细命仔，不，先锋仔。
Twos to kick off the festivities for both players, though they are both on the board quickly.
Yeah, flywheel racer.
上回没事做。
Yeah, we'll see if he uses it
for the mana.
For evil or good.
Right.
17.
In the meantime, a clear attack here from McVitie.
All planes. Ooh.
Phyrexian Awakening is going to be his 3-drop.
辅御式。
And that'll get him a nice.
那辅御式真的很大。
It's powerful, right?
Oh, absolutely. Wow,
incubator for 4.
哇，4回没事做，人要没了呢。
First 4 turns of this game. Didn't have anything on 3, so what, maybe a Stoke the Flames here.
Sure. There it is.
捕风山燕，然后被大步飞跃。
Aerial boost to save it, and that's going to be 9. Wow, this could fall apart really quickly. That was a key moment there for Stoyer. Hasn't really done much on his side. He needed that to go right. But McVitie
吃这个大步飞跃。
He's got another Stoke.
占捕风山燕。
You do what you got to do, and you notice that was a main phase Stoke.
Right.
Not that he had the choice.
乖一点，因为再吃一发大步飞跃，人就没了。
And he's down to 5 already.
对。
Wow. Now Max is stuck here on just white mana, has a bunch of blue cards, but has still been able to play an impactful spell.
来这边卡一射，让你一射，让你一射都能赢。哇哦！这也太快了。
Poor Nathan. He's gonna have to settle for a 2 and 1.
啪啪啪，就死了。
You know, it's not his normal game plan. I mean, that's how
那个大步飞跃真的是
He's gonna pick himself back up
没有办法。
That's gonna be my prediction because I don't know if he can handle this loss.
Listen to this one, Paul. We've got another. We get to see the finals go. This is Seth Manfield versus Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. When you talk about limited heavy hitters, those two are near the top of the heap every single time.
That's a lot of top finishes there, Marshall.
看一下，这是俊廷他们那一桌的，被 JED
both of these players
奶了一把。
I don't know how to put it. Consider themselves limited players primarily. They favor limited. You know, they're the people on their team that people ask the limited questions to, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and when you even speak to Duprat, I believe he is kind of a self-proclaimed, like, you think I might be pretty good at constructed, but limited is kind of really where he shines. You know, back when we were playing some of the arena events, he had kind of the highest limited win rate when you compare him to a lot of the other best players out there.
That's right. He's
这个挺不错的
really good. All right, it looks like we're underway here in game number 2.
打不过去。
Yeah, looks like we're cruising right along here, Paul.
那这边是不是要敲一下
？Slight adjustment there. A little bit quicker for you here.
Hey, get all the matches here. I mean, especially you don't want to miss some of this matchup.
小敲一下。
Two of some of the most accomplished players at this event going at it.
这什么
？What just happened? It says 2R sorcery. All right, I'll buy it.
为什么
In the
Searing
meantime,
Barb is my guess.
That is correct.
That
otherwise known as
为什么要用代牌
Yeah, I think he did actually write it right below the.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Invasion of Kaladesh here for Manfield. Card looked pretty good. Hasn't actually played that well.
Yeah.
Very medium.
It's 2 mana for a 1/1 body is just not the most impressive thing in this format, and even when you do flip it, it's not as great as you would think.
It's not that good, yeah. There's meeting of minds now for Jean-Emmanuel.
这边扛 Vogue 抽2张，虽然没有扛
The
Vogue，
reason that you see that proxy
4点
planes
抽
there
2张
for Manfield is because it was a foil Searing Barb.
Got it. Sure.
And
所以是因为太弯了吗？
In your deck when being shuffled, etc. It's good to do that.
因为是闪的，所以太弯了，所以裁判写了代牌给他。
Ooh, that's Invasion of Segovia.
Oh.
How about some baby Krakens?
Yeah, some nice 1/1 tramplers.
Yeah.
Very fearsome.
来了2只小章鱼。
Luis reminded us that the plane of Segovia, everything's very small.
Everything is very small, hence 1/1
打下来
tramplers.
变成载具。
I mean, when I think of a Kraken, you know, Not in the 1-1.
还开不动，暂时开不动。
But I mean, come on.
继续抽2张。
You have to be jealous if you're Seth Manfield. I mean, John Emmanuel got to fire off two draw twos here.
That's right.
这一 deck 这么吵哦。
And his hand is full.
And Seth not really putting on that much pressure here.
He's not really doing much at all. Another flywheel racer here.
了调色
This is more
调色载具来了，还有什么
？Agreed.
再生2只1，哇哦，这铺场铺好铺满哎。
Rail's reinforcement's going to hit the battlefield as well.
No good attack here, as Seth can crew the vehicle here and turn it into a 2/5 flyer. Power equal to the number of artifacts that you have in play. Synergizes well with all the incubate tokens.
Of course, the Thopter that you get on the front side as well.
继续过。对，这边还是要守住这个 battle 吧。
Just 5 mana and a couple of tokens in play.
Sure did.
So there are 2 cards that you have to be really mindful of here when you're playing against the blue-red deck.
What are we thinking?
One is Shadow the Source, which is not too bad. I mean, it's just a removal spell. But the other one is Artistic Refusal. And anytime your opponent gets to cast that one against you with this kind of mana up, that is when things get kind of scary, and you have to be mindful of it. So you really don't want to play your biggest spell a lot of the time into what Seth is representing right now.
That card is such a blowout. All right, we're going to see Predicate Prankster, though, for Jean-Emmanuel Depras. And then he's going to use his freshly cast Prankster to Convoke.
大仔
A cleansing. Oh, but that's a Cyber Cryptomancer, but it's going to get countered
but 1
back
mana
here.
居然有康
Assimilate Essence.
Just 3 mana available here for Manfield, so he will not be able to pay the 4. So the Cyber Cryptomancer gets countered.
What?
And the Temporal Cleansing will actually hit the vehicle and send it somewhere.
Yeah, it allows John to try to get in for some damage here.
回到
And
哪
Assimilate
边？
Essence, also a very
怎么样
impressive
决
card
定
in this format. There have been lots of effects like that in limited play, which
好，
are
回排骨
decent, right?
顶。
Remove soul effects, but just
那
this
这边搭载
flexibility,
全
it's still
家
relevant
打
in the late game. Get that 2/2 incubate token. And there's not a lot of spells people play. A lot of the spells are your battles, right? And this also gets those cards.
打人哦，还不是打 battle。
I'm curious if Jean-Emmanuel is
烧
attacking
掉
Seth or
少3点。
All right.
the battle. But we're going to see Volcanic Spite.
There's just a lot of spells being cast
要不要
here
换
back
一张
and
手牌
It really is a lot, and especially with Convoke and stuff happening.
换了一张手牌。
Okay.
那下一回就可以再把1抽起
Interesting
来。
also, Seth did look like he put
那这边换
his
不换？
invasion of Kaladesh second
换
from
掉
the
一只
top,
其实挺不错的吧？
which I'm a little surprised at.
Yeah.
不挡哦。
We'll see.
也没什么，
That's
就继续
true.
叫小
It
飞
is.
机，再叫一次小飞机。
So now planning on attacking it? I don't know. This invasion of Segovia is going to flip next turn. I mean, Seth only has a couple of 1/1s in play. Jean does not care about losing a couple of these 1/1s to try to flip this invasion.
Yeah. And should Seth have one more 1/1 Thopter here?
Okay.
Right? Are they just grabbing a token for him, maybe?
这个不会叫小飞机吗？不是应该还会再叫一个小飞机吗？还是我自己雷掉了
I don't think so. No.
So John,
不是很
just
确定
needs
那
to
个
figure
battle 会
out
干嘛
how many creatures you want to set at the invasion. Probably can just send all 4 of the 1/1s. Not really too interested in trading the Prankster for the Thopter. Could of course flip it.
If you enter the battlefield, create 1/1。对啊，那为什么他没有升
Yeah, I wonder what happened to that Thopter. Can you
There
miss
was
that trigger?
Oh, and it looks like, is that what they're talking about here?
Yeah, it doesn't
Miss
make sense,
trigger
'cause he
吗？
was supposed to have 2. I guess since it is a trigger,
right?
You could miss it.
这么雷的吗？
No, these are judge hands explaining.
Right. This is big.
I mean, he put that second from the top. It already is kind of a medium strength card, And then if you don't even get the primary function of it, that is not where you want to be. But I don't see another Thopter hitting the battlefield here, Paul. He may have just missed that trigger.
Yep, looks like it.
哇，忘了升，这下差很多呢。
Which is going to make it easier for Jean Emmanuel to flip the invasion of Segovia, which turns all of his non-creature spells, and they all have Convoke.
Yeah. And he gets, what, a 3/3 out of the deal, too?
He gets a 3/3, and at the beginning of your end step, you get to untap 4 creatures. So they effectively have Vigilance.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, yeah, and you can cast anything at that point.
Right, you can just tap out Convoke on your turn, untap, and Convoke something else.
It gets silly if you have action in your hand. And remember, this is the game that 2 Meeting of the Minds has happened for Jean Emmanuel Depras, so he probably still has some action.
哇，这边少这个小飞机看起来人
it looks like we upgraded
人要没了
to a appeal to the head judge situation here.
Right.
Sometimes when you receive a ruling from a judge, which is what had happened before,
没错
you have further questions.
我说，我想说，我叫的时候，我隔壁的裁判就会自动拿那个东西给我了啊，我在等他拿。
At an event like this, you are of course responsible for all of your own triggers.
什么之类的，没有，我随便说的。
Yeah, I
我
think
不知道他们说什么。
Obviously, I can't hear what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying, but maybe part of the equation is, well, I did resolve this and I did get the counters on it and stuff. Is part of that happening a Thopter have to appear, or are those separate? You know, these are the types of kind of minutia that you get into in this situation. But at any rate, it doesn't look like he's going to get the Thopter. So that is going to have to be left behind here for Seth.
哇，这样子 miss 掉
这
个，大概要准备打第3把了。
This is scary stuff for Seth Manfield. And that stoked the flames.
Okay. 古风三燕，又一张闪的，是不是
？All the shinies.
Okay, so at least he stems the bleeding there and doesn't let Jean Emmanuel have that.
看起来没有闪啊，为什么
？Yeah.
He's got a Xeric Strobe Knight now. That
哦，是闪的，好吧，拿起来就很明显了。
Oh, what is this?
What does he have? Oh, okay.
哦，是只龙。
Branch Burner.
哎，
that is going to immediately transform. That was fine.
Yeah, now you have a 2/5 blocker with flying in play, so...
The real question is, can Jean Emmanuel take advantage of all this extra mana and resources that he's accrued? I don't know what that is.
I think that's Kari, Zev, and Baral.
Okay.
That's just a guess. He tapped, what, 3 mana, and then it's
哇，这边少一只正义机还是差很多哎。
That's a good one. Oh, get in.
全家打。
Oh
哦，
no,
不是，
Convoke.
我也有一只龙。
Now get in. No, can't get in because it's still a 4/4, right? Against the 2/5 flyer.
Yeah, so he'll just have a way to deal with the branch burner
and
on
a 2/2
knight.
So huge board here.
Jean Emmanuel has just been real clean this game. He's had multiple double spell turns. I think 3.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Okay.
That's Invasion of Regatha.
哇，要被康了吗？ 你 gay.
It's gonna get negated though.
Yeah, it would have killed a token.
Yes. And not
然后获得一只卡里，获得一只猴子 token.
Yeah, well, not a lot of negate targets, so.
Yeah.
对。
Might
哇，要是这边能够继续一个一个做，然后那个东西一直升骑士。
But now Jean Emmanuel gets to untap.
Yeah.
With Kari, Zev, and Baral, which has just an absurd stat line.
It also it's just a 3 mana 2/4 menace first strike.
Right, that's
just
the stat line. Yeah,
right.
That's the one.
But it is so easy to turn it on. All right,
here
we go.
And in comes the squad. Everything.
打这边推2层就差不多了。
Now Seth is just going to line up the best possible blocks without thinking about. Now that card has menace.
It does. He does need another blocker.
你要2只挡哦。
So this is not going to work.
Jean Emmanuel will tell him.
Absolutely.
This has menace, as they say in the business.
我有威慑，请2只挡我。
This is interesting. Seth's playing a little loose today.
Yeah.
Like you usually don't see these types of things from him.
What is it?
惨了，今天有点猴。
Yes.
Is this also a foil?
Apparently,
I guess so. Okay, well, so got rid of all the most of the big threats here on Jean Emmanuel's side, right?
Yes, he's down to 8 though.
He is down to 8, but now we're looking at a 2-4, a bunch of 1-1s. Depends on what he plays here. Could potentially stabilize. He's got the biggest creature in play.
还有没有机会活下来？大的都清完了，剩一些小垃圾们。
Yeah.
至少把神偷可能组件处理掉了。
This is the second all-in alpha strike that in the last
第二次这样子打。
And this will be an attack for 5.
1、2、3、4、5胜3。
And Jean Emmanuel seems just
这边杀2个。
He's also going to get a trigger from the product prankster.
Oh, was that? Oh, that was a 2-5, of course.
Yeah, so it ate up the 3-2, but then the trigger finished it off. This better be big.
That's good.
Isaac Ataxias actually is kind of big.
And
also,
Seth,
he remembered the trigger, so that was good.
7抽2.
Okay.
And that's Invasion of Mercadia.
Right, so it gets to go. Oh, is he
能打吗？
No.
不能打吧？
Put that thing back. No. Leave that branch burner right where it is. And that's an invasion of Segovia of his own.
我也有。
You can flip it, and then all your creatures have
我也有。
on tap here.
Yes.
Right? You get 2 1-1s. You would. What is this?
Okay.
He's turning it around.
Okay, Seth.
Okay. Right, and that's a free attack too. I mean.
Might as well,
here we go.
As they say in the business. Okay.
Flip it.
Wow.
Oh,
Jean
man.
Emmanuel did 2 alpha strikes back to back, and all of a sudden his board state looks a lot worse than it just was.
来了
Big turn here from Seth.
Wow.
Whoa.
太神啦，这抽。
Land go from Jean Emmanuel. Oh, Seth turned this game around.
这一定要倒了吗？
Can eat up the other invasion here, right?
水兵继续打。
Get in for 1, Del on tap.
举翻。这个倒还好。
This one ends the game very quickly when you have a board state like this.
对。
The trample on those Krakens might actually matter this game.
Right. And keep in mind, I don't know what Seth has in hand, but you can actually make 2 1-1s and then make 2 1-1s again with that trigger.
You're right.
From the invasion of Segovia.
这3-3打会不会2-4顶下来不是吗？
The 3-3 ground creature getting in there against the 2-4. Oh, of course, Seth can give his entire team +1/+0.
That's right. That's part of the deal.
哦，
And we're going to see a double block here, so that will take down
换掉。
Evan Baral
没错。
for Manfield.
Yeah,
全部
Kyron
加一加
right
0。
here. 2 in a red, discard a card, make 2 1-1s, and your entire team
换
gets
掉。
+1/+0. And
打6。
Seth has turned it around. He's at 3 life.
Incredible from Seth.
Oh.
And he knows he needs to close this out as fast as possible before Jean Emmanuel finds a burn spell.
Yeah, stoke the flame.
Oh, stoke you, sorry.
Yeah.
哇！
And that's Seth Manfield.
哇，对手这么让，最后还摔了，他妈一定气死！
So far behind that game.
但真的一定气死。
Wow, I'm stunned that he won that.
Ah.
Because usually when you see Jean Emmanuel turn the corner that big, you know, he had built up resources for 4 or 5 turns, and then he just floods you with them all at once.
Right.
And Seth was somehow able to get out of it. Incredible.
Yeah, just found exactly what he needed, just enough to survive, right? To stoke the flames on the 4-4. All of a sudden, you make 2 1-1s. You get to now attack, flip, all your creatures untap, and all of a sudden, Jean has a board that just has the exact same number of creatures, but Jean's board is just all 1-1s. Not enough.
真的是被那个战士这样子，战士个生物其实真的是蛮强的，攻防一体。
A lot different than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of surprising how similar their decks were.
It is.
Given that we're drafting within the same pod.
Yeah, they were kind of fighting over the same stuff, I think, at least somewhat. All right, looks like that's going to do it for this round, but that, of course, means that we're going to be transitioning over to constructed play.
OK， 好，那轮抽部分就结束了。我们今天开台也开到这边了，明天 MITQ 打完之后再一样，同样这个时间点，我们再来开。那我猜我明天应该也不会看到底，应该也是看人抽而已吧。因为说真的，我觉得这个环境的标准实在是有点点的难看啊。对 ，OK， 那我们今天就开到这边啦，拜拜。